Hi, it's me. Number 4, Pyramids beneath Lake Titicaca. Lake Titicaca is the highest navigable lake in the world, and according to legend was created by the gods when they flooded the land to punish humanity for their sins. The god Viracocha then sent a great fish to help people escape the rising waters. And after the flood receded, he populated the land with humans once more. This story is just one of many myths that surround this lake located high up in the Andes Mountains between Bolivia and Peru. In fact, there are so many legends associated with Lake Titicaca, also considered to be the birthplace of the Inca civilization, that many refer to the lake as the cradle of mankind. One of the most compelling legends tells the story of two children who were born from the union of a frog and a human. The children, a boy and a girl, would go on to become the first Inca king and queen. That might sound insane, but similar stories can be found among other cultures around the world, including the Greeks who believed that the first Athenians were descended from frogs. However, beyond myths and legends, what's really amazing about Lake Titicaca is its pyramids. You heard that right. There are pyramids hidden beneath the water, and nobody seems to know how they got there, or even how long they've been waiting to be discovered. Join us today as we dive into the mystery of the pyramids of Lake Titicaca. Located at an elevation of over 3,800 meters or 12,500 feet above sea level, Lake Titicaca is the largest lake in South America and the largest navigable lake by boat in the world. It covers an area of approximately 1,900 square miles and holds around 900 cubic miles of fresh water, making it a vital source of water for the surrounding communities. The lake is also home to over 70 islands, many of which feature unique archaeological sites and petroglyphs that depict everything from humans to animals to celestial bodies. The Bolivian and Peruvian governments have declared the region an official UNESCO World Heritage Site. However, it's important to note that the area has been inhabited for thousands of years before the Inca civilization dominated the region around the 15th century. In fact, evidence suggests that people settled near Lake Titicaca as far back as 800 BC. These early inhabitants were likely drawn to the area because of its abundant resources such as water, plants, and animals. Over time, these settlements grew into larger societies with their own unique cultures and traditions. One of the most notable of these early civilizations was the Tiwanaku culture. Flourishing between 400 and 1000 AD, the Tiwanaku people lived around Lake Titicaca and are believed to have played a significant role in shaping the region's history and traditions. Although much of their history remains shrouded in mystery, archaeologists have uncovered several pieces of evidence that shed light on their way of life. For example, the Tiwanaku people were skilled builders and engineers, as evidenced by the many impressive stone structures they left behind. These structures are often characterized by their massive stones, which were precisely cut and fitted together without the use of mortar. One of the most famous examples of Tiwanaku architecture is Puma Punku, a site located near Lake Titicaca that features a series of intricately carved stones that form a type of temple complex. The site is named Puma Punku, which translates to the place of the puma's leap, and many believe that the site's design was intended to represent the constellation of the puma. In addition to their architectural achievements, the Tiwanaku people were also skilled farmers and herders, taking advantage of the fertile land and abundant water resources of the region to sustain their growing populations. They developed sophisticated irrigation systems to water their crops and raise livestock, which provided them with the sustenance they needed to thrive. Despite their many accomplishments, however, the Tiwanaku civilization would eventually decline for reasons that are not entirely clear. Some scholars believe that environmental factors such as changing weather patterns or natural disasters may have played a role. Others suggest that the rise of other civilizations in the region, such as the Inca, may have contributed to their downfall. Regardless of the reasons for their decline, the Tiwanaku people left behind a lasting legacy that continues to fascinate archaeologists and historians today. Their advanced building techniques, agricultural innovations, and rich cultural traditions had a profound impact on the history of the Andes region and continue to shape our understanding of pre-Columbian America. As the Tiwanaku civilization declined, another society rose to prominence in the region, the Inca. The Inca Empire, which reached its peak between the 13th and 16th centuries, was known for its impressive road system, sophisticated agriculture, and magnificent stone structures. Many of the Inca's most impressive feats of engineering can be found at Machu Picchu, an ancient city nestled in the mountains of Peru. But there are also remnants of Inca culture scattered throughout the Lake Titicaca region, such as the island of Taquile, where traditional textiles and crafts are still made using techniques passed down from ancient times. But it wasn't just the Tiwanaku and the Inca who called this region home. Throughout history, various indigenous groups have lived around Lake Titicaca, each leaving its own unique mark on the area's culture and heritage. The Aymara people, for example, have inhabited the region for centuries and are known for their distinctive language and traditional ways of life. Meanwhile, the Quechua people have also made their home around the lake, bringing their own cultural traditions and customs to the area. The presence of these diverse cultures has created a rich tapestry of art, music, food, and traditions that make the Lake Titicaca region so unique. From the vibrant markets of La Paz to the stunning textiles of the Aymara women, visitors to the area are constantly reminded of the vibrant history and culture that surrounds them. It's no surprise, then, that Lake Titicaca has captured the imaginations of so many people throughout history. Its stunning natural beauty, rich cultural heritage, and mysterious archaeological sites make it a truly unforgettable destination. Whether you're exploring the ancient ruins of Tiwanaku, hiking through the rugged Andean landscape, or simply taking in the breathtaking views of the lake itself, there's something about Lake Titicaca that captures the hearts and minds of all who visit. And speaking of mysterious archaeological sites, let's talk about those pyramids that have recently been discovered beneath the water. The discovery of the pyramids was actually made in 2009, when a team of explorers conducted a survey of the lake using sonar technology. Sonar, which stands for Sound Navigation and Ranging, uses sound waves to create images of underwater objects. In this case, the team was able to identify several man-made structures that appeared to be pyramids based on their shape and size. Since then, several expeditions have been mounted to further investigate these underwater pyramids. The largest of these pyramids is estimated to be over 300 feet tall, which would make it taller than the Great Pyramid of Giza. However, due to erosion and the fact that only the top of the pyramid is above the water, it's difficult to determine its exact height. Other researchers have claimed that the pyramids could be natural rock formations and not man-made structures. But this claim is disputed by those who believe that the pyramids are the result of ancient human activity. Some researchers speculate that the pyramids may have been built by a pre-Inca civilization known as the Kilu Kilu. According to legend, the Kilu Kilu were a highly advanced society that lived in the region before the Inca. However, there is little evidence to support the existence of the Kilu Kilu, and the pyramids may have been built by an unknown culture that predated the Kilu Kilu and the Tiwanaku. While the discovery of the pyramids has generated excitement and speculation, it has also sparked controversy. Some experts have criticized the lack of physical evidence that can prove the pyramids are man-made structures. Without concrete proof, such as artifacts or inscriptions, it's difficult to say for sure what the structures are or who built them. The true nature of these pyramids remains a mystery, and it will likely continue to be the subject of debate and speculation for years to come. What do you think? Are the pyramids of Lake Titicaca evidence of a lost civilization, or are they simply a natural occurrence? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't already. Don't forget to join us next time for more fascinating historical tales. Do you know what it feels like to find an ancient artifact? What about finding an entire lost continent? Today, we are going to be taking a look at one of the most intriguing lost continents in history. We will be talking about its possible location, who lived there, and how it could have possibly been destroyed. So let's dive right in. Mu, or sometimes referred to as Mu, is a mythical island or continent that was said to exist in the Atlantic Ocean. Some say it existed between 10,000 and 12,000 years ago, but no physical evidence has ever been found to prove its existence. The continent was thought to be located somewhere in the vast ocean, yet it was large enough to support a civilization with many people living there. According to legend, the continent had rivers, plants, animals, and minerals. It's been described as a paradise lost. Unfortunately, all we have to go off of is the stories of those who claim to have visited the island and the descriptions of those who lived there. As I already mentioned, no archaeological evidence has ever been found to prove its existence. Now, this may be because the continent truly never existed, or because it was submerged beneath the ocean so long ago that all traces of it are gone. There have been several theories surrounding the possible location of Mu over the years. Some believe it could have been near where the Canary Islands now stand, while others believe it could have been located further out in the ocean. One theory suggests that Mu may have actually been real, but not in the way we think. Instead, Mu may have been a landmass that is now part of Antarctica. If this were true, then it would explain why there is no physical evidence left behind. As Antarctica was once covered in ice, any traces of Mu would be completely buried beneath the frozen surface. This theory is supported by the fact that Antarctica has a warmer climate than other parts of the world at the same latitude. If Antarctica was once part of a larger landmass, it's possible that it would have been able to retain some of the heat from the Earth's core, making it warmer than the surrounding areas. One story of Mu comes from a man named Paolo Pizzigano. He claimed to have traveled to the island in the early 1900s and spoke of its great cities and advanced civilization. He described the people of Mu as being peaceful and harmonious with nature. They lived in homes made of stone and wood, and they farmed the land for food. Paolo also claimed that the people of Mu had a deep knowledge of astronomy, and that they used this knowledge to build great structures aligned with the stars. He said that these structures were used for religious ceremonies, and that the people of Mu believed that their gods lived among the stars. Another story of Mu comes from a woman named Helena Blavatsky. She claimed to have visited the island in the late 1800s, and she described it as a place of great beauty and wisdom. According to Helena, the people of Mu were highly spiritual, and they had a deep connection to the natural world. She claimed that they had a great library filled with ancient texts that contained all the secrets of the universe. Unfortunately, both of these accounts are considered to be pseudoscience, and there is no physical evidence to support them. It's possible that these stories are based on real events, but they may have been exaggerated over time. Or it's possible that they are entirely fictional. If you enjoyed this video so far, please hit the thumbs up button to help my channel grow, and don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already. Let's continue. As I mentioned earlier, Mu is said to have been destroyed by a natural disaster. Some believe that the continent was swallowed by the ocean, while others believe that it was destroyed by a volcanic eruption. There is no physical evidence to support either of these theories, but it is possible that both of them are true. It's possible that Mu was once a part of a larger landmass that broke off and sank into the ocean. A volcanic eruption could have then occurred, causing even more destruction and leading to the complete annihilation of the continent. Volcanic activity is quite common in the Atlantic Ocean, especially near the Azores Islands. In fact, the Azores Islands themselves were formed by volcanic eruptions. It's possible that a massive volcanic eruption could have occurred in the area where Mu was located, causing the continent to sink into the ocean. This would explain why there is no physical evidence left behind. If the continent was completely destroyed by a volcanic eruption, then it's likely that all traces of it were washed away by the resulting tsunami. In addition to volcanic activity, earthquakes are also quite common in the Atlantic Ocean. In 1968, a massive earthquake struck off the coast of Portugal, measuring 7.2 on the Richter scale. While this earthquake did not cause a tsunami, it was strong enough to be felt as far away as Spain and Morocco. If an earthquake of this magnitude had struck in the area where MU was located, it could have caused the continent to sink into the ocean. While it's possible that MU was destroyed by a natural disaster, it's also possible that it was home to a lost civilization. Ancient civilizations often built their cities along coastlines, and it's possible that the people of MU were no different. If sea levels rose, it could have caused the coastal cities to flood, forcing the people to abandon their homes and flee. Rising sea levels could have also caused the destruction of any physical evidence left behind, such as buildings or artifacts. One theory suggests that MU may have been the home of the legendary city of Atlantis. Plato described Atlantis as a place of wisdom and enlightenment, but he also said that it was eventually destroyed by a natural disaster. Many people believe that Atlantis was a real place, but its exact location is unknown. Some believe that it may have been located in the Atlantic Ocean, and this could possibly mean that Atlantis was actually located on the continent of MU. If this were true, then it would explain why there is no physical evidence left behind. As Atlantis was said to have been destroyed by a natural disaster, it's likely that all traces of it were washed away by the resulting tsunami. Another theory suggests that MU may have been the home of the mythical kingdom of Yamatai. According to legend, Yamatai was a powerful kingdom located in the Pacific Ocean. It was said to be ruled by a queen named Himiko, and it was known for its advanced technology and powerful army. However, there is no physical evidence to support the existence of Yamatai, and it's possible that it may have been nothing more than a myth. If you enjoyed this video so far, please hit the thumbs up button to help my channel grow, and don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already. Let's continue. Even though the continent of MU may never be found, the legend lives on through stories and myths. The story of MU reminds us of the power of nature and the importance of living in harmony with the planet. It also reminds us that even the most advanced civilizations can be destroyed in an instant. MU is a story that has captured the imaginations of people for centuries. It's a story of a lost continent that may or may not have existed. But one thing is for sure, the legend of MU will continue to live on. Thank you for joining me on this journey to discover the lost continent of MU. If you enjoyed this video, please hit the thumbs up button to help my channel grow, and don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already. I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Goodbye. In the vast expanse of our planet Earth, there are many strange and mysterious places that have managed to captivate the attention of scientists, researchers, and curious minds alike. Among them, one particular site stands out for its enigmatic nature and potential historical significance. It is none other than the Yonaguni Monument, also known as the Yonaguni Pyramid. This peculiar formation, located off the coast of the Japanese island of Yonaguni, has been the subject of numerous theories and debates regarding its true origin and purpose. Some believe it could be the elusive, legendary birthplace of the Japanese people, while others claim it may hold evidence of ancient civilizations or even extraterrestrial contact. Whatever the truth may be, this underwater structure continues to fascinate those who come across it and leaves us with more questions than answers. In this video, we will dive into the depths of the Yonaguni Monument and explore everything we know so far about it. Join us as we uncover the secrets hidden beneath the waves and discover the mysteries surrounding this enigmatic pyramid. So sit back, relax, and get ready to embark on a journey filled with intrigue and wonder. Welcome back, everyone. Here today we're diving into the intriguing world of the Yonaguni Monument. Before we start, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more videos like this. Let's begin. The Yonaguni Monument is an underwater rock formation located off the coast of Yonaguni Island in Japan. It was first discovered in 1983 by a scuba instructor named Kihachiro Arataki, who stumbled upon it while exploring the waters near the island. The formation is situated approximately 24 miles off the coast of Yonaguni and can only be accessed by boat. One of the most remarkable aspects of the Yonaguni Monument is its sheer size. It is estimated to be over 100 feet high, although some reports suggest it could reach up to 328 feet in height. This makes it a truly imposing structure that is sure to leave any explorer in awe. Despite its grandeur, the Yonaguni Monument remains largely hidden from view as it is covered by water. What makes this formation even more intriguing is its alleged pyramid-like shape. According to reports, the structure resembles a man-made pyramid with a flat top and sloping sides. However, this aspect of the Yonaguni Monument is highly debated, as some argue that it does not possess the necessary characteristics of a true pyramid. They claim that natural erosion caused by waves crashing against the rocks could have created the illusion of a flat top and sloping sides. Despite the ongoing debate, the Yonaguni Monument continues to captivate the attention of many. Its mysterious origins and potential historical significance make it a popular destination for scuba divers and researchers alike. Many believe that the formation could be the legendary birthplace of the Japanese people, as described in ancient texts. Others speculate that it may hold evidence of ancient civilizations or even extraterrestrial contact. It should be noted that access to the Yonaguni Monument is not restricted. However, reaching this formation can be quite challenging due to its remote location. Visitors must take a boat ride of approximately 1 hour and 30 minutes from the nearest port to reach the site. The waters surrounding the Yonaguni Monument are known for their strong currents, making navigation difficult and potentially dangerous for inexperienced sailors. Despite the challenges involved in accessing this underwater formation, it continues to attract explorers who are eager to uncover its secrets. For those who are fortunate enough to witness the Yonaguni Monument firsthand, it is truly a sight to behold. The crystal-clear waters of the Pacific Ocean provide a perfect backdrop for this enigmatic structure, making it appear all the more mysterious and alluring. While the Yonaguni Monument may continue to elude definitive answers regarding its true nature, one thing is certain. It serves as a reminder of the endless wonders that lie beneath the surface of our planet. Its presence in the waters off Yonaguni Island has sparked curiosity and wonder among many, leaving us with more questions than answers about the mysteries that await us in the depths of the ocean. Let's delve deeper into the details of this captivating rock formation and explore the various theories that have been proposed about its origins and purpose. The discovery of the Yonaguni Monument dates back to the year 1983, when scuba instructor Kihachiro Arataka came across this unusual underwater structure during one of his dives. Since then, the monument has been the subject of much speculation and debate among researchers and the scientific community. According to reports, the formation consists of limestone and other types of rocks that are not typically found in the region. This suggests that the rocks may have been transported to the area through geological processes that occurred over millions of years. One theory proposes that the Yonaguni Monument was once part of a larger landmass that existed before the sea levels rose. Proponents of this theory believe that the formation is actually a natural rock formation that has been eroded by wind and water over time. However, this explanation does not account for the pyramid-like shape that the monument appears to possess. Some researchers have suggested that the monument could be a man-made structure built by an ancient civilization that existed in the region thousands of years ago. They believe that this civilization may have been the first inhabitants of Japan, and that the monument served as a burial ground or a place of worship. Another intriguing theory proposes that the Yonaguni Monument is evidence of extraterrestrial contact. According to this theory, the formation is actually a spaceship or a landing site for alien visitors who arrived on Earth millions of years ago. Proponents of this theory believe that the monument's unusual shape and composition support this extraterrestrial origin. It is important to note that none of these theories have been definitively proven. The true nature and origins of the Yonaguni Monument remain a mystery. Further research and exploration are needed to uncover the secrets hidden beneath the waves. As previously mentioned, The Yonaguni Monument is located off the coast of Yonaguni Island in Japan. The island itself is part of the Yaeyama Islands, which are a group of islands in the East China Sea. Yonaguni is a small island with a population of just over 1,000 residents. It is known for its beautiful beaches and crystal-clear waters, making it a popular destination for tourists. The waters surrounding Yonaguni are home to a variety of marine life, including dolphins, turtles, and a multitude of colorful fish species. This makes the island a popular spot for scuba diving and snorkeling enthusiasts. In addition to the Yonaguni Monument, the island also has several caves and grottos that are worth exploring. Overall, Yonaguni is a picturesque island that offers a serene and relaxing atmosphere. Its natural beauty and rich marine life make it a paradise for nature lovers and those seeking a peaceful getaway. If you're planning to visit the Yonaguni Monument, it is essential to be aware of the logistical challenges involved in accessing this remote location. As previously mentioned, the monument is situated approximately 24 miles off the coast of Yonaguni Island, making it inaccessible by land. To reach the monument, you will need to take a boat from the nearest port. The journey to the site can take approximately 1 hour and 30 minutes, and it is recommended to hire a local guide who is familiar with the waters in the area. The cost of hiring a boat and guide will vary depending on the operator, but it is essential to factor this expense into your budget when planning your trip. It is also important to note that the waters surrounding the Yonaguni Monument are known for their strong currents, which can make navigation challenging and potentially dangerous for inexperienced sailors. Therefore, it is crucial to choose a reputable boat operator with a solid track record of safety. Once you arrive at the site, you will need to put on a life jacket and follow the instructions of your guide. It is recommended to bring your own snorkeling gear if you plan to explore the monument. However, some tour operators may provide rental equipment. It is also advisable to bring a waterproof camera to capture the stunning underwater views. If you're lucky, you may even spot dolphins, turtles, or other marine creatures during your visit. Overall, visiting the Yonaguni Monument requires some effort and preparation, but the experience of exploring this enigmatic underwater formation is truly worth it. The Yonaguni Monument continues to captivate the imagination of many. While its true nature and origins remain a mystery, the allure of this underwater formation ensures that it will continue to fascinate explorers and researchers for years to come. Thank you for joining us on this journey of discovery. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more exciting content. Share your thoughts and any information you may have about the Yonaguni Monument in the comments section below. We would love to hear from you. Until next time, keep exploring and stay curious. We all know that our world is full of mysteries and things that we can't explain. But sometimes these unexplained things are not what they seem to be. Sometimes there is a perfectly reasonable explanation for them, but most people don't take the time to try and figure out what that could be. A perfect example of this is the so-called Baltic Sea anomaly, which is an object found in the Baltic Sea that has generated many theories. Most of them believe it to be a UFO. But is it really a UFO? Or does it have a more natural explanation? Let's find out. The Baltic Sea anomaly was discovered by Swedish divers in June of 2011. They were exploring the bottom of the sea off the coast of the Hanuskär Island when they spotted something strange about 82 feet below the surface. It was roughly 60 meters long and looked like it had a dark, sandy color. Whatever it was, it definitely did not look like any rock formation they had seen before. It didn't even look like it was naturally occurring at all. In fact, it almost looked as if it were man-made. This led the divers to believe that they had stumbled upon the wreckage of some kind of ancient ship. This would make sense as these islands were actually a very important trading route during the Middle Ages, so it's very likely that some ship may have gone down in the area. Maybe it was carrying precious cargo that had been lost to the depths forever. Perhaps it was carrying illegal goods that some powerful person wanted hidden under the sea. Maybe it was a warship that had sunk during battle. There are countless possibilities. But then again, maybe it wasn't a ship at all. The divers said that the object seemed to be perfectly smooth and that its edges were so straight that they almost looked man-made. Whoever made it had done an incredible job because it was very difficult to navigate around it. They even described the experience as feeling like they were trying to swim inside of a pyramid. This only added more fuel to the UFO fire and made the divers wonder if this really was a spaceship that had come crashing down to Earth. After all, there have been countless reports of UFOs being recovered from the bottom of the ocean. And who's to say that this one wasn't also a UFO? Maybe it had fallen to Earth from a faraway planet. But why would aliens travel to this remote part of the Baltic Sea? What could possibly be back here that would lure them in? Well, maybe they came here to hide. After all, the bottom of the ocean is one of the most inhospitable parts of our planet. Not many people go down there. Even fewer would think to search for a crashed UFO, so it would be the perfect place to hide evidence of alien life. Perhaps the aliens were fleeing from some otherworldly government agency that was trying to cover up their existence. Or maybe they just wanted to crash land in the Baltic Sea because they knew no human would ever find them there. Either way, it's clear that this is not a natural rock formation. If it were, it would have rough edges and an irregular shape. Instead, it looks like it was carved with a precise tool. Now, before we continue, we would like to thank a certain individual for bringing this case to our attention. Okay, so let's think like scientists for a moment. Let's put aside these wild theories about aliens and UFOs and try to determine what the real explanation could be. Is there anything in the world that could have created this anomaly? The answer, of course, is yes. The thing is that whatever it is that created the Baltic Sea anomaly did so without leaving much behind. The bottom of the sea is covered in sand and loose debris, yet this thing is perfectly smooth and sharp. It almost looks as if someone took a knife to the seabed and sliced it cleanly in half. This suggests that whatever caused this anomaly did so with great force and speed. Something huge and heavy must have come crashing down into the water and left this giant gash in the seabed. So what exactly could it have been? Well, according to experts, it could have been a meteorite. It's actually quite common for meteorites to smash into the ocean and leave behind giant craters. In fact, most meteorites actually hit the ocean rather than land. However, these meteorites usually aren't very big. If they were, they would cause massive damage to the surrounding area and leave behind huge impact craters. That's why there aren't any large impact craters in the Baltic Sea. The meteorite that created the Baltic Sea anomaly was likely smaller than most others, but it still packed quite a punch. It probably came crashing down into the water at high speed, creating a miniature shockwave that carved a huge chunk out of the seabed. The force of the impact would have been enough to compact the sand, making it appear smooth and polished. Over time, the constant waves and currents would have eroded the edges of the crater, making it even smoother and sharper. In the end, all that would be left behind is a giant gash in the seabed. What makes this theory even more plausible is that meteorites are often rich in iron and nickel. These minerals are typically dark in color and can weather over time, turning a reddish-brown. This is exactly what the Baltic Sea anomaly looks like. It's not a spaceship that crashed to Earth. It's just a piece of space rock that fell from the sky. However, there is another theory that claims the Baltic Sea anomaly is actually a sunken boat. Now, I know that sounds a bit ridiculous. After all, if it were a boat, shouldn't there be some kind of evidence that proves it? Like maybe some writing or markings or something? Well, maybe. But the truth is that boats can become pretty worn down after spending years in the ocean. It's entirely possible that the paint and writing could have worn off by now, leaving nothing to suggest that it was a boat in the first place. What's more, boats are typically made out of wood or metal, and both of these materials can look similar to the Baltic Sea anomaly, especially when they've been worn down by the elements. Plus, the edges of the anomaly are actually quite sharp, which would be much more likely if it were a boat. When a ship sinks, it doesn't just disappear beneath the waves, it becomes broken up into pieces and scattered across the seabed. This would explain why the Baltic Sea anomaly is so perfectly smooth. It wasn't carved by a single event, but instead was smoothed out by years of wear and tear. Not only that, but it's also quite possible that whatever caused the Baltic Sea anomaly didn't happen all at once. Maybe it was a gradual process that happened over hundreds or even thousands of years. For example, maybe a comet slowly chipped away at the seabed until it eventually broke through. Or maybe a meteorite shower gradually chipped away at the seabed until it eventually gave way. Whatever the case may be, it's clear that whatever caused the Baltic Sea anomaly did so gradually. In the end, it's up to you to decide what you think really caused the Baltic Sea anomaly. Do you think it's a meteorite, a ship, or something else entirely? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. And while you're down there, make sure to like and subscribe. We've got plenty of videos that you'll enjoy. As we continue to explore the depths of space, we continue to uncover new and exciting things that defy our understanding. One such thing is the recent discovery of a black hole that seems to be growing larger and larger. Black holes are already mysterious and terrifying objects in space, but this one is different. It's been dubbed the Unicorn, and it's located in the constellation of Monoceros. The Unicorn was first discovered in 2004, and it's been monitored ever since. But in 2019, astronomers noticed that the black hole had grown significantly. To make matters worse, the Unicorn is extremely close to Earth. At a distance of only 1.8 kiloparsecs from Earth, it's much closer to us than any other known black hole. The Unicorn has been classified as a growing supermassive black hole, and it poses a serious threat to the stability of our galaxy. As it continues to grow, it could potentially destroy entire star systems and even the solar system itself. But the Unicorn isn't the only black hole that's been giving astronomers fits. Recently, an international team of researchers announced the discovery of a black hole that defies the laws of physics. The black hole in question is known as Phoenix, and it's located 240 million light-years away from Earth. What makes Phoenix so special is its mass. It's about 300,000 times the mass of our Sun. But despite its size, it's moving at an astonishing speed of 2.5 million miles per hour. That's about 17 times the speed of sound. The researchers were shocked to discover that Phoenix was moving so fast because it should have slowed down long ago due to friction. But it hasn't, and that means that there's something wrong with our understanding of physics. Maybe the laws of physics don't apply to black holes. Maybe they do something else entirely. Researchers are still trying to figure out what's going on. But one thing's for sure. Phoenix is unlike any other black hole we've ever seen before. And that's saying something considering that black holes are already strange objects that defy our understanding. But these black holes are just a small part of the vast and mysterious universe. There's so much more out there that we don't understand, and even more that we haven't even discovered yet. From strange new galaxies to uncharted nebulae, there's always something new to explore. And with advancements in technology, we're able to learn more about the universe than ever before. Who knows what we'll find next? There are over 6,000 islands in the Mediterranean Sea, and while it may seem impossible to uncover ancient roads beneath all that water, archaeologists have found more than one way to get around that problem. Hi, everyone. Welcome to this channel. Today, we're going to explore some ancient roads that were discovered beneath the Mediterranean. Viewer discretion is advised for this video, as some of this video may be offensive or disturbing. We, the makers of this video, in no way support or condone the actions of the subjects featured. Phoenician Way. The Phoenicians were a powerful group of seafarers who lived in the eastern Mediterranean between the 15th century BC and the 7th century BC. They had many colonies throughout the region, including modern-day Lebanon, Israel, and Spain. They were known as excellent sailors and traders, thanks to their ships which could sail against the wind. This innovation made them very wealthy and powerful. However, they did not stay wealthy and powerful for very long. Around the 7th century BC, their empire began to fall apart. It's not exactly clear why they fell so quickly. Their empire was large, spanning from modern-day Turkey to Morocco, but it was also highly decentralized. Each city was pretty much its own individual power. But just because each city was independent doesn't mean they didn't work together when needed. Take the Phoenician Way, for example. This road connected most of the Phoenician settlements along the Mediterranean coast and was used for trade and travel. Most of the road is now gone, destroyed by earthquakes, rising sea levels, and human development. What little remains of it can be found in southern France, northern Italy, and the island of Elba. Here, parts of the road still poke out of the ground, covered only in a thin layer of soil. Luckily, this hasn't stopped researchers from reconstructing much of the road and studying what life was like during the days of the Phoenicians. Archaeologists were able to use old maps and aerial photographs to get an idea of where the road once stood. Then, they used ground-penetrating radar to locate the road beneath the surface. Researchers were shocked at how well preserved the road was. They hoped to keep working on the site, uncovering more about the ancient road and the people who built it. The island of Alonissos. The next discovery takes us to Greece, specifically the island of Alonissos. During the Bronze Age, the island was known as Melos and was a very important trading hub. It was also home to several Mycenaean palaces. Unfortunately, sometime around 1200 BC, the island was abandoned. Why? Nobody is quite sure. There are theories that it had something to do with earthquakes or raids from other groups, but nobody knows for sure. The island remained relatively unknown until the 1990s when divers stumbled upon an underwater settlement near the coast. Since then, the Greek government has been working hard to map the ruins and learn more about the island's history. To date, they have found the remains of houses, temples, and workshops. They have also found evidence that the island was once fortified, complete with a wall around the perimeter. In recent years, researchers have begun to use new technology to study the island. Using a special type of sonar, they have created detailed maps of the area, allowing them to identify areas of interest for further study. They have also used remote sensing techniques to identify buried objects without actually digging. So far, these techniques have revealed a number of interesting artifacts, including a bronze cauldron and several marble statues. The team hopes to continue working on the site for many years to come, uncovering more about the island's mysterious past. The Roman Road. While most of Europe was still a backwater in the days of the Roman Empire, the Mediterranean coast was a major center of trade and culture. This was especially true of the island of Malta, which was a vital stop for ships traveling between Africa and Sicily. In fact, the Romans built a road on the island specifically to make it easier for soldiers to travel. This road, known as the Roman Road, ran from the capital city of Valletta in the northeast to the town of Marsaxlokk in the southwest. It was originally paved with stone and lined with trees. It took about 2 hours to walk the length of the road. But today, it's a different story. Much of the road has fallen into disrepair, and what hasn't been destroyed by time has been destroyed by development. Only a few sections of the road remain intact, and those are only accessible by foot. However, researchers have plans to restore the road and turn it into a hiking trail. Once completed, hikers will be able to see the island's beautiful coastline and learn about the island's rich history. Ostia Antica. Ostia Antica was an ancient Roman port city located at the mouth of the Tiber River. It was founded in the 6th century BC and served as the main port for Rome for centuries. It was also a major commercial and shipping center. However, by the 5th century AD, the city had begun to decline. This was due to a number of factors, including silting in the Tiber River, which made it difficult for ships to reach the port. In addition, a series of earthquakes damaged much of the city. As the city declined, so did its population. By the Middle Ages, it was nothing more than a small village. Today, however, it is an important archaeological site. Excavations have revealed a number of well-preserved ruins, including a theater, a forum, and a number of public buildings. In addition, there are a number of private homes that have been excavated. These homes are well preserved and provide a glimpse into the everyday life of ordinary Romans. One of the most interesting finds at the site is a fresco that depicts the four seasons. This fresco is well preserved and is one of the best examples of Roman art. The ancient harbor of Atlit. The ancient harbor of Atlit is located on the Mediterranean coast of Israel. It was used by the Egyptians, Greeks, Romans, and Crusaders. The harbor was an important trading center and was also used by military ships. Over the centuries, the harbor silted up and became unusable. It was rediscovered in the 1930s, and excavations have revealed a number of well-preserved ruins, including a lighthouse, a bathhouse, and a number of warehouses. The harbor is now an important archaeological site. The island of Famagusta. The island of Famagusta is located off the coast of Cyprus. It was first inhabited in the Neolithic period and was used by the Egyptians, Greeks, Romans, and Ottomans. The island was abandoned in the 19th century. Today, it is an important archaeological site. Excavations have revealed a number of well-preserved ruins, including a temple, a theater, and a number of tombs. The island is also home to a number of Bronze Age burial mounds. The island of Delos. The island of Delos is located in the Aegean Sea. It was first inhabited in the Neolithic period and was an important religious center in the ancient world. The island was home to the famous sanctuary of Apollo and was believed to be the birthplace of the god Apollo. It was also an important commercial and shipping center. The island was abandoned in the late antiquity period. Today, it is an important archaeological site. Excavations have revealed a number of well-preserved ruins, including the Temple of Apollo and the Terrace of the Lions. Herakleion. Herakleion was an ancient Egyptian city located on the Mediterranean coast. It was founded in the 8th century BC and was an important trading center. The city was home to a number of temples and other public buildings. It was destroyed in an earthquake in the 4th century AD. The sunken city of Pavlopetri. The sunken city of Pavlopetri is located off the coast of Greece. It was first inhabited in the Neolithic period and was an important commercial and shipping center. The city was abandoned in the 19th century. Today, it is an important archaeological site. Excavations have revealed a number of well-preserved ruins, including a temple, a theater, and a number of tombs. The city is also home to a number of Bronze Age burial mounds. Did you know there are more than 1 million islands in the world? And yet, we've only explored less than 10% of them. That means that there are likely many more ancient roads hidden beneath the Mediterranean Sea waiting to be discovered. Who knows what other secrets the deep waters hold? Maybe one day you'll be the one to find a lost piece of history. Thanks for watching. Which of these discoveries surprised you the most? Let us know in the comments below. Be sure to subscribe so you don't miss any of our future videos. Hi, it's me, number 10, Cuba's underwater megaliths. In recent years, pictures have come to light that show mysterious underwater structures off the coast of Cuba. What could these strange formations possibly be? Are they ancient ruins from an unknown civilization or something else entirely? It all began in 2001 when a group of Cuban divers stumbled upon some strange formations at the bottom of the Caribbean Sea. They were diving near the island of Juventud when they came across huge stones arranged in geometric shapes. These weren't your average rocks. The megaliths were perfectly cut and polished and joined together like pieces of a gigantic jigsaw puzzle. Some of them even had hieroglyphic-type carvings on them. At first, everyone was pretty scared because no one had ever seen anything like this before. The divers couldn't believe their eyes. This was especially true because the rocks were found submerged about 66 feet below the water's surface. The divers couldn't possibly have been more shocked if they'd found the thing at the bottom of the Mariana Trench. So, deep down, there should not be any human-made objects, let alone huge piles of rocks shaped into geometric patterns. The news spread quickly around the island with people believing that it could be the remains of the legendary sunken city of Atlantis. Then, other divers started exploring the area, and they made an incredible discovery. They found massive stone blocks with grooves cut into them so precisely that they looked like the channels in a set of railroad tracks. But what does it all mean? What is the purpose of these strange underwater stone formations? Well, according to researchers, the underwater megaliths are only about 400 years old. They were probably constructed by an unknown pre-Columbian society and then buried under the sand by a large storm. The people who built them were most likely part of the Taino culture, which thrived in the area until Columbus arrived and wiped them out. There is evidence that the Tabanas lived on the island of Juventud and neighboring areas. They created small villages and raised mounds of earth for burial grounds. It's also believed that they practiced a form of primitive agriculture and domesticated animals. But why would they have built underwater megaliths? We don't know. There's never been anything like this discovered in Cuba or anywhere else in the Caribbean. There aren't even any written records or oral histories that might explain what they were for. It's pure speculation at this point. Some say they may have been used for fishing or trapping, while others believe they helped the Taino navigate the waters. It's possible they were connected to a larger network of pathways that once led from Florida to South America. The idea that they were part of a larger structure is intriguing, but there's no way to prove it. In fact, scientists have no idea how the megaliths got there at all. How would anyone construct such a huge pile of rocks beneath the ocean? It would have taken a tremendous amount of time, effort, and manpower. Yet we still have no idea who did it, when it was done, or why. One of the most popular theories is that the megaliths are the remains of an ancient dock. If this is true, it would suggest that the Tabanas had more advanced technology than we think. It's possible that they built ships and conducted trade with other cultures, perhaps even with the Egyptians. However, there's no proof of this theory either. We haven't found any traces of metals, pottery, or other artifacts that could help us understand what kind of civilization lived here. To make matters even more confusing, some of the rock monoliths have strange geometric designs carved into them. According to legend, the island of Jugo de Tafoya was once home to a powerful tribe of sorcerers. They supposedly had abilities beyond our understanding and may have been in contact with extraterrestrials. Some people think these megaliths were used for rituals or ceremonies, but again, there's no way to know for sure. There are several other bizarre legends surrounding the island and its supposed connection to magic. For example, it's said that the native tribes were giants who lived in underground caves. They kept strange animals as pets and used herbs and plants for healing purposes. Some even believe the giants had help from beings who came down from the sky. According to local folklore, these aliens had elongated skulls and wore strange garments. They taught the giants how to cultivate crops and domesticate animals, as well as the secrets of herbal medicine and astronomy. There are many stories of giants living in Cuba, dating back thousands of years. Legends tell of their bravery, strength, and wisdom, as well as their advanced knowledge of science and technology. It's said that they lived in harmony with nature and had a deep respect for the island's natural resources. Another popular theory is that the megaliths are the remains of a ship. This doesn't seem very likely, though, because ships typically rot away and sink into the sand instead of leaving behind perfectly preserved megaliths. In 2019, more investigations were carried out to try and determine the age of the rock formations. Researchers from Belgium used radiocarbon dating to determine how old the marine organisms were attached to the rocks. This gave them an estimate of how long the megaliths had been underwater, but it didn't provide any insight into who built them or why. Even more confusing, different parts of the megaliths appeared to be from different time periods. Some dated back only 160 years, while others seemed much older. The researchers suggested that this could be explained by the fact that the megaliths were not built all at once. Instead, they may have been constructed over a period of centuries, perhaps even millennia. Unfortunately, the research team never finished their investigation. They were supposed to return to Cuba in 2020 to carry out more experiments, but they haven't been able to get funding for the trip. There's still so much that we don't know about these underwater megaliths. They remain one of the greatest mysteries of the Caribbean and have captured the imaginations of people around the world. Who knows? Maybe someday soon we'll finally get some answers. Many questions still remain, however. Could there really have been a lost civilization in Cuba that we know nothing about? Or are these underwater megaliths the remains of an ancient dock, evidence of a society far more advanced than we thought? Perhaps they are simply a hoax, a clever trick played on the world by someone who wanted to make a quick buck. For now, though, the truth is, we just don't know what they are or how they got there. But maybe that's part of what makes them so fascinating. As we end this video, I want to hear from you. What do you think these strange underwater megaliths are, and how do you think they got there? Let me know in the comments below. And while you're at it, don't forget to hit that subscribe button so you won't miss out on future videos. Thanks for watching. When it comes to ancient ruins, there are very few discoveries that can compete with the mystery of the Bimini Road. While many mainstream archaeologists have tried to debunk this site, claiming it is nothing more than a natural rock formation, scientists from various fields continue to be baffled by the geometry and sophisticated construction of this remarkable place. In fact, some have even suggested that the Bimini Road may have been constructed by the legendary lost civilization of Atlantis. Join us as we explore the shocking new discovery that was found beneath the Bimini Road, which has completely changed everything. But before we get started, be sure to hit that like button for more videos. Also, stick around until the end to learn about the shocking new discovery that has completely changed everything about this mysterious archaeological site. You won't want to miss this. The Bahamas are a beautiful island paradise located in the Lucayan archipelago and are known for their stunning beaches, crystal-clear waters, and world-class resorts. The country consists of over 700 islands and is a popular destination for tourists from all over the world. However, there is much more to the Bahamas than just its stunning natural beauty. In fact, it has also been the subject of many legends and myths, one of which is the existence of the legendary lost civilization of Atlantis. And it is here in the Bahamas where explorers believe they may have discovered the long-lost city. The Bimini Road, also known as the Royal Road or the Highway of the Lost Civilization, is a fascinating archaeological site that has generated much debate and speculation. It is a paved, road-like structure that extends for several miles along the coastline of North Bimini Island and was first discovered in the 1960s. According to local legend, the road is the only physical evidence left behind by the lost civilization of Atlantis. It was first mentioned by Plato in his philosophical works, describing it as a place of wisdom and enlightenment that was home to a highly advanced and utopian society. However, Atlantis was said to have been destroyed by a natural disaster, possibly a tsunami, which sunk it beneath the ocean waves and erased all trace of its existence. Many believe that the Bimini Road is the only remaining piece of evidence that can prove Atlantis actually existed. To make matters even more intriguing, researchers noted that the road seems to align with several key sites in the surrounding area, such as the New World and the Great Mayan Pyramids in Mexico. Some have even claimed that the road is visible from space, although this claim has not been independently verified. Unfortunately, the Bimini Road has been the target of much skepticism from mainstream archaeologists who argue that it is nothing more than a natural rock formation that has been eroded by the sea. They claim that there is no evidence of human construction or any other signs of a lost civilization. Despite the skepticism, many explorers and researchers continue to be fascinated by the Bimini Road and its connection to the lost civilization of Atlantis. They believe that the road is evidence of a highly advanced culture that existed in the Bahamas thousands of years ago. According to them, the road was likely used by the Atlanteans to transport goods and people throughout the island and served as a key part of their infrastructure. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Bimini Road is its unusual geometry. The road is perfectly straight and aligns with several key sites in the surrounding area, including the New World and the Great Mayan Pyramids in Mexico. This has led some to believe that the road was deliberately constructed to serve as a navigational aid for the Atlanteans. Another interesting feature of the Bimini Road is its construction materials. The road is made up of large limestone blocks that are perfectly fitted together without the use of mortar or other binding agents. This level of craftsmanship is truly remarkable and suggests that the road was built by a highly skilled workforce. Despite the many mysteries surrounding the Bimini Road, there have been several attempts to explain its origins. The most popular theory is that it was created by natural erosion, while others have suggested that it was constructed by early indigenous peoples or even the Spanish who colonized the Bahamas in the 15th century. However, none of these theories have been able to account for all of the evidence, and the true origin of the Bimini Road remains unknown. In recent years, new technologies have allowed researchers to study the Bimini Road in greater detail than ever before. Underwater archaeologists have used sonar and other imaging techniques to map the road and identify its key features. These studies have revealed even more intriguing details about the road's construction and purpose. For example, some have suggested that the road may have been used for ceremonial purposes or as a burial ground for the Atlanteans. Others have proposed that the road may have been part of an ancient trade route that connected the Bahamas to other civilizations in the region. Perhaps the most exciting development in the study of the Bimini Road has been the use of remote sensing technology such as satellite imagery and aerial photography. These techniques have allowed researchers to identify potential sites related to the road, such as ancient settlements and burial mounds. In fact, some researchers believe that they have identified the location of the legendary city of Atlantis itself based on the alignment of the Bimini Road and other geographical features in the Bahamas. While the existence of Atlantis is still debated, the Bimini Road remains a truly fascinating archaeological site. Its unusual geometry, advanced construction methods, and mysterious past continue to baffle researchers and capture the public imagination. As new technologies allow for more detailed study, we may learn more about the history of the Bimini Road and its connection to the lost civilization of Atlantis. One thing is for sure, this ancient road will continue to be a source of wonder and speculation for generations to come. Now, let's get back to the video. In 2018, a team of scientists embarked on an ambitious project to map the seafloor around the Bimini Road using sonar technology. What they found was nothing short of astonishing. Beneath the surface of the water lay a vast network of artificial structures that had never been seen before. These structures were perfectly rectangular and geometric, resembling the foundations of a lost city. At first, the team was stunned into silence as they realized the implications of their discovery. Could this be the long-lost city of Atlantis? The team continued their investigation and discovered that the structures they had found were actually roads and streets that formed a grid pattern over a large area. There were also signs of buildings and other structures that indicated a highly advanced civilization had once lived there. But the most shocking discovery came when the team uncovered a massive palace-like structure at the center of the grid. It was clear that this was the seat of power for the civilization that had once inhabited the area. The team was astounded by what they had found. It was unlike anything they had ever seen before. They realized that they had stumbled upon one of the most important archaeological discoveries in history. The implications were staggering. If this was the lost city of Atlantis, then it would prove that Plato's writings were true and that the city had truly existed. It would also suggest that the Atlanteans were far more advanced than anyone had ever imagined. As the team continued to explore the site, they found more evidence of a highly sophisticated civilization. They discovered artifacts such as tools, weapons, and jewelry that showed a level of craftsmanship that was far beyond anything produced by the indigenous peoples of the Bahamas. They also found evidence of advanced farming techniques and a complex social structure. The discovery of the Bimini Road and the lost city of Atlantis has shocked the scientific community to its core. Many archaeologists and historians who had previously dismissed the Bimini Road as a natural phenomenon have been forced to reconsider their beliefs. Some have even begun to argue that the road and the lost city are evidence of a global civilization that existed long before the dawn of recorded history. However, not everyone is convinced. There are still many skeptics who claim that the Bimini Road and the lost city are nothing more than a hoax. They argue that the structures are nothing more than natural rock formations, and that the artifacts found in the area are simply the result of human activity. Despite the skepticism, the discovery of the Bimini Road and the lost city of Atlantis has opened up new possibilities for understanding the history of the Bahamas and the wider world. Researchers are now working hard to uncover more about the civilization that once lived in the area and to determine its connection to other ancient cultures. The discovery of the Bimini Road and the lost city of Atlantis has raised more questions than it has answered. What happened to the civilization that once lived there? Where did they go? And why did they leave behind such a rich legacy of art and culture? These are the questions that researchers hope to answer in the years to come. The Bimini Road and the lost city of Atlantis are a reminder of the endless mysteries that lie beneath the waves. Who knows what other secrets the ocean holds? With every new discovery, we learn more about the history of our planet and the civilizations that have come before us. The Bimini Road and the lost city of Atlantis are a testament to the ingenuity and creativity of our ancestors and a reminder of the rich tapestry of human history. Thanks for watching. Be sure to hit that like button for more videos. Hi, it's me, number 10, the sunken city of Heraklion. Ancient Egyptian cities are always getting lost under the sands of time. The same can be said for cities all across the world. It seems like every year we uncover more and more about these great cities that were once thriving centers of commerce, culture, and power. This is the story of one such city. A city so important it was called the trading hub of the world. Now, however, the once grand city is found at the bottom of the sea and has been largely forgotten. Heraklion is an ancient Egyptian port city located near the modern city of Alexandria. It was once Egypt's main trading port with connections to the rest of the known world. It was founded around 664 BC by Greek settlers from the city of Heraclea in Thrace, hence its name. Over the next few centuries, it grew to become one of the most important commercial centers in the Mediterranean. Its strategic location on the coast made it the perfect place for a port city, allowing ships from Greece, Italy, France, and even India to dock and trade their goods. At its peak, the city was home to a diverse population of Egyptians, Greeks, Romans, and other Mediterranean peoples. One of the main reasons for Heraklion's prosperity was its access to the riches of the Egyptian interior. The city was situated at the eastern end of the Nile Delta, giving it easy access to the gold mines of Nubia and the elephant herds of the south. This allowed the people of Heraklion to amass great wealth, which they used to build impressive temples and monuments throughout the city. These structures, however, have mostly been destroyed over the centuries. Only a few fragments of them remain today, including an altar dedicated to Alexander the Great and a sphinx with the head of Cleopatra and the body of a lion. Despite its wealth, Heraklion was not immune to the troubles that plagued the rest of Egypt. In 332 BC, it was sacked by Persians and again in 48 BC by the armies of Caesar, but each time the city recovered and continued to grow. However, in the 7th century AD, Arab armies invaded Egypt and conquered Heraklion. They destroyed many of the city's pagan temples and replaced them with mosques. Then, in 1965, a devastating earthquake struck, causing widespread damage and loss of life. This, combined with rising sea levels, led to the city's decline and eventual abandonment. For many years, the fate of Heraklion was a mystery to historians. There was little evidence left above ground of the city's former glory, and much of what remained below ground was lost to antiquity. However, in the early 21st century, archaeologists made a series of incredible discoveries that brought the lost city back to life. Since then, more than 64 shipwrecks have been discovered in and around Heraklion, providing an unprecedented glimpse into the city's past. In recent years, scientists have been able to use computer models to reconstruct what the city looked like in its heyday. By combining this technology with their knowledge of ancient Egyptian architecture, they have created a three-dimensional model of Heraklion that shows how it would have appeared to the people who lived there 2,000 years ago. This model reveals that the city was a bustling hub of activity with ships from all over the Mediterranean docked along its quaysides. The streets were lined with shops and businesses, and the air was filled with the sounds of merchants hawking their wares. It was truly the trading hub of the world. But how did this amazing city end up underwater? Well, that's where the mystery deepens, because while the port of Heraklion was rediscovered in 1900, no one knows exactly why the city became submerged. One theory is that the earthquake that struck in the 8th century caused the land to collapse into the sea. Another is that rising sea levels gradually drowned the city. However, new research suggests that a tsunami may have been responsible. In 2017, scientists announced that they had found evidence of a tsunami deposit at the port of Heraklion. This was in the form of a layer of sediment that had been washed up on top of the seabed. The layer contained a high concentration of debris, including pottery, bricks, and wood. This suggested that it had come from a sudden and violent event, just like a tsunami. Scientists believe that the tsunami may have been caused by a large earthquake that occurred on the coast of Greece around 373 BC. Historical records indicate that this earthquake generated a tsunami that may have reached as far away as Egypt. If this is true, then it would explain the sudden and violent deposition of debris at the port of Heraklion. Unfortunately, the tsunami is thought to have also been responsible for destroying the city's lighthouse. The lighthouse was one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. It stood 100 meters tall and was visible for miles out to sea. It is thought to have been destroyed during the tsunami, although no trace of it has ever been found. Scientists are now working hard to try and piece together what happened to the lighthouse and the rest of the city. They hope that by doing so, they will gain a better understanding of the natural and human-made disasters that have shaped our world. It's unclear how many people lived in Heraklion during its heyday, but it was likely home to tens of thousands of people. The city was divided into 2 parts, the Egyptian quarter and the Greek quarter. The Egyptian quarter was where most of the city's businesses and government offices were located. The Greek quarter was mainly residential. Heraklion was a major center of trade, and its merchants dealt in a wide variety of goods, including gold, ivory, incense, spices, wine, and textiles. The city also had a large harbor that could accommodate ships from all over the Mediterranean, and it was here that the city really made its money, through taxes on trade. The harbor was also a major military installation, and the city was defended by a strong navy. During its long history, Heraklion was ruled by a number of different peoples, including the Persians, Greeks, Romans, and Arabs. But despite the city's changing rulers, it remained a prosperous and important center of trade. However, in the 7th century, Arab armies invaded Egypt and conquered Heraklion. They destroyed many of the city's pagan temples and replaced them with mosques. This, combined with rising sea levels, led to the city's decline and eventual abandonment. As mentioned before, excavations began in the 1990s when divers discovered the sunken ruins of the city. Archaeologists realized they were looking at something very special and began to excavate. So far, they have found a number of valuable artifacts, including coins, jewelry, lamps, and statues. Some of these artifacts are on display at the Egyptian Museum in Cairo. Others are still being excavated and studied. Heraklion is one of the most important archaeological sites in Egypt. It provides us with a rare glimpse into the country's ancient past and its long history of trade and cultural exchange. The site is also unique in that it is a sunken city. This makes it difficult to study, but also means that it is relatively well preserved. The artifacts that have been found here are some of the best preserved examples of ancient Egyptian art and architecture. The discovery of Heraklion has taught us a lot about ancient Egyptian culture. For example, the city's harbor was much larger and more important than we had previously thought. It was also found that the city was home to a diverse population of Egyptians, Greeks, Romans, and other Mediterranean peoples. This diversity is reflected in the artifacts that have been found here, which show a blend of different cultures. The discovery of Heracleion has also helped us to learn more about the history of Alexandria. The two cities were closely linked, and much of Alexandria's wealth and power came from Heracleion's trade. The discovery of the sunken city has given us a new appreciation for the importance of Alexandria in the ancient world. Number 9. The Lost City of Atlantis. The story of Atlantis is one of the most famous in history. According to Plato, Atlantis was an actual historical place. He described it as a place of wisdom where the Atlanteans lived in peace and harmony with nature until their arrogance and greed led to their downfall. Many people believe that Atlantis really existed, but its exact location remains a mystery. Some say it was in the Atlantic Ocean, while others believe it was in the Mediterranean Sea. There is even a theory that Atlantis was actually Heraklion. This theory is based on the fact that both Atlantis and Heraklion were coastal cities that were known for their wealth and prosperity. Both cities were also said to have been destroyed by natural disasters, though in the case of Heraklion it was most likely a tsunami. Proponents of the theory believe that the similarities between the two cities are too great to be just coincidental. They also point to the fact that there is no archaeological evidence of Atlantis, which fits perfectly with Plato's description of it being swallowed by the sea. What do you think? Do you think Heraklion was the real Atlantis? Let me know in the comments below. If you enjoyed this video, check out my others. And don't forget to subscribe for more fascinating stories and discoveries from all over the world. Thanks for watching. See you next time. The most important archaeological discovery ever is hidden beneath the ocean. This video will show you the reality behind Atlantis, the lost city of gold. Hi everyone, it's me, number 4. Plato described Atlantis as being larger than Libya and Egypt put together. It was surrounded by water on all sides and had a circular harbor right in its center. Is this description compatible with the Sumerian Empire? Let's find out in today's episode. In ancient times, there were many civilizations that we know very little about. Their stories are considered myths and legends because we have no way of proving they actually existed. Atlantis is one such civilization that has captured the human imagination for centuries. But recent discoveries may prove that it really did exist, and if so, we may be closer to finding it than anyone has been before. Stay tuned until the end of this video, when we reveal how scientists believe they might have found Atlantis after all these years. Before we dive into the world of Atlantis, it's important to understand what makes this place so special. There are many legends and myths surrounding Atlantis, but the main story comes from the Greek philosopher Plato. In his text, he describes Atlantis as an advanced society that lived on an island in the Atlantic Ocean. According to Plato, the people of Atlantis were highly civilized and had a strong military force. They controlled much of the Mediterranean Sea and even parts of Africa and Europe. However, the Atlanteans became too powerful and greedy, and the gods were angry. So they sent a great flood to wipe out their civilization. This flood supposedly took out the entire island of Atlantis, and it sank beneath the waves. Plato's story of Atlantis has captivated people for centuries. Some believe that it's just a myth, while others think there could be some truth to it. Could there really be a lost civilization buried beneath the sea? If so, where is it? Number 3. Plato's description of Atlantis includes some rather strange details. According to Plato, the island was surrounded by water on all sides, but it also had a circular harbor right in the middle. He said that the island's shape resembled a ring, and its walls were so high that not even the most powerful waves could break them down. But the strangest part of Plato's description is the circular harbor. How could such a large body of water be trapped inside an island without overflowing or drying up? There are a few possibilities here. First, Plato could be referring to a lagoon or a salt marsh. These are areas of low-lying land that are surrounded by higher ground and are often filled with water. They can form naturally, or they can be created by humans. It's possible that Plato was referring to a lagoon that the Atlanteans used as a port. Another possibility is that Plato was referring to a spring-fed pool. These are bodies of water that are fed by underground springs. They can be found in areas where the ground is porous and water is able to seep through it. The water in these pools is usually very clear and fresh, making them ideal for drinking and swimming. It's possible that the Atlanteans used a spring-fed pool as their source of fresh water. Finally, Plato could simply be mistaken. It's important to remember that our knowledge of Atlantis is based entirely on his writings, which are over 2,000 years old. It's possible that his descriptions of the island and its harbor are inaccurate, or that he was simply misinformed. Number 2. Is the Sumerian Empire the real Atlantis? Is the Sumerian Empire the legendary Atlantis? Could this lost civilization be the key to unlocking the mysteries of the ancient world? The Sumerians were one of the first great civilizations. They lived in Mesopotamia, which is now Iraq, Kuwait, and Turkey. Sumerian civilization began around 2600 BC and lasted for over 2 millennia. The Sumerians were known for their advanced culture and their many inventions. They developed the wheel, the plow, and the sail. They also invented the first known system of writing. The Sumerians believed that their civilization was at the center of the world. They thought that their gods had chosen them to be the most advanced and civilized people on Earth. This belief of their own superiority could explain why the Atlanteans were wiped out by the gods. After all, they got too big for their britches and tried to conquer the rest of the world. But the gods had other plans for them. When exploring the Sumerian Empire, it's hard to ignore the similarities between their culture and the legendary Atlantis. For example, both cultures are said to have been extremely advanced for their time. Both were also said to have been very wealthy and powerful, and both were eventually destroyed. Could it be possible that the Sumerians really were the lost Atlanteans? Number 1. It's important to note that the Sumerians didn't live on an island. They lived in Mesopotamia, which is in the Middle East. On the other hand, Plato clearly stated that Atlantis was an island in the Atlantic Ocean, so there is that geographical discrepancy. However, there is evidence that the Sumerians may have interacted with the Atlanteans. In fact, there is a theory that the Sumerians learned many of their advanced technologies from the Atlanteans. The Sumerians were known for their advanced mathematics, astronomy, and engineering. They also developed the first known system of accounting. It's possible that they learned these skills from the Atlanteans who may have visited Sumer. So, could the Sumerian Empire be the real Atlantis? The answer may never be known for sure, but there are certainly some interesting parallels between the two cultures. It's possible that the Sumerians were inspired by the Atlanteans, or that they even had direct contact with them. If so, the Sumerians would have been honored to learn from such a powerful and advanced civilization. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to check out more content where we bring you the most amazing and mysterious discoveries from the world of archaeology and history. Conclusion: the search for Atlantis has captivated explorers and scientists for centuries. While there is no concrete evidence that the legendary island nation ever existed, new discoveries are made every year that bring us closer to understanding the mysteries of the past. The most exciting recent development in the search for Atlantis came when an international team of researchers announced that they had discovered the remnants of a large ancient city located off the coast of the Spanish island of Minorca. Using advanced imaging techniques, the team was able to identify what they believed to be the remains of a massive structure that could be the mythical island kingdom. The structure is approximately 12 miles long and 7 miles wide, matching Plato's description of Atlantis as being larger than Libya and Egypt put together. What's more, the researchers believe that the site dates back to around 8000 BC, which coincides with the estimated timeline for Atlantis's existence. Carbon dating of organic material found at the site is underway and will help determine its exact age. Other evidence that supports the theory that this underwater city is the lost Atlantis include its strategic location in the Mediterranean Sea and its advanced architecture. The city appears to have been built on purpose with straight lines and right angles, suggesting that it was designed by a highly skilled engineer. While skeptics argue that there is no definitive proof that this underwater city is the legendary Atlantis, proponents of the theory are excited about the potential implications of such a discovery. If proven to be the lost city of Atlantis, it would revolutionize our understanding of ancient history and provide valuable insights into the origins of Western civilization. However, even if the city turns out not to be the Atlantis of legend, it is still an important archaeological find that will help us learn more about the history of human civilization. The discovery of the underwater city was made possible by advances in technology, including the use of high-resolution sonar and remotely operated vehicles. As technology continues to improve, we can expect to learn even more about the mysteries of the deep sea and the secrets of the past. As we continue to explore the ocean depths, we may yet discover other lost cities and artifacts that challenge our understanding of history. Who knows what other wonders await us in the unexplored regions of our planet's surface? The search for Atlantis is far from over, and the discovery of the underwater city off the coast of Minorca is just the beginning. With new technologies and a renewed sense of wonder, who knows what other secrets of the past we might uncover? Thank you for watching. See you next time. Bye. Hi, it's me, number 4, Big Waves. There is no shortage of stories about strange beasts living in the depths of the ocean. Even though we've mapped out most of the seafloor and discovered thousands of species of fish, there are still places that remain largely unexplored. With over 70% of our planet covered by water, scientists estimate that there could be millions of species of fish swimming around us that have never even been discovered. Because of this, it's easy to believe that there may be some huge monster lurking somewhere in the deep, dark waters just waiting to be discovered. In 1933, a large wave was seen crashing into the shore near Doon, Scotland. The wave caught many people off guard and knocked several onlookers into the water. This event sparked rumors that the wave had been created by the famous Loch Ness Monster, or Nessie for short. Since then, many similar reports have come in from all over the world describing giant rogue waves crashing ashore without warning, sometimes even in perfectly calm weather. So, is it possible that these huge waves are evidence of the Loch Ness Monster swimming underwater? Let's investigate. First of all, while it would certainly make sense for a gigantic beast to cause a large wave when it surfaces, it's actually pretty unlikely. That's because creating a wave requires displacing a huge amount of water, and the only way to do that without making the water surface decrease in height is to go up, like a floating object pushing the water up as it moves through it. It's why a small boat makes small waves while a large ship can create towering waves. It takes a lot of weight to make a big wave. So, even though the Loch Ness Monster is said to be massive, it would need to move a lot of water in order to displace enough water to form a rogue wave. But what about those sightings of these huge waves crashing onto shore in perfectly calm weather? Well, rogue waves aren't all that rare. In fact, they're just a normal part of the chaotic process of wave formation. They occur when two or more waves meet and merge together in such a way that the result is a single wave that's larger than the sum of its parts. Kind of like when two smaller waves combine to make one bigger wave, which combines with another pair of waves to make an even bigger wave. You get the idea. Waves crashing into one another and combining to create larger and larger waves. It can get pretty crazy. To make matters more complicated, scientists haven't been able to come up with a perfect formula to calculate how big these rogue waves can get. In 2012, researchers used computer modeling to try to recreate the conditions that led to the largest rogue waves ever recorded. The team found that under certain circumstances, the waves could get much larger than predicted, possibly as high as 62 meters tall. These giant waves can travel across oceans very quickly and catch people completely off guard, but they don't typically stick around for long. After hitting land, they dissipate like any other kind of wave and return to sea level. So, while the idea of a giant sea monster causing a huge wave is interesting, it's not very realistic. A monster would need to be huge to cause a significant wave, like hundreds of meters tall. But if the monster were that big, it wouldn't be able to hide in Loch Ness, and there's no evidence that anything that big has ever existed. However, the possibility of undiscovered creatures in the ocean is very real. Number 3. Giant squid. The giant squid is one of the ocean's greatest mysteries. Despite being known to science since at least the 18th century, little is known about the lives of these mysterious creatures. We don't know how long they live, where exactly they live, and we've never seen one in its natural habitat. Most of what we know about giant squid comes from dead specimens that have washed ashore or been caught in fishing nets. But even these encounters are rare. Scientists estimate that only 1 in 10,000 fishermen will see one in their lifetime. Part of the reason it's been so difficult to study giant squid is that they live incredibly deep in the ocean. Some scientists believe that they prefer depths of 600 to 1,000 meters, although they can survive anywhere from just below the surface to 4,000 meters deep. This preference for such great depths poses an obvious challenge for scientists who want to study them. It's hard to study creatures that spend most of their time in pitch-black darkness where sunlight can't reach. As a result, scientists know relatively little about the size of giant squid, although they're thought to grow up to 13 meters long and weigh nearly a ton. If that sounds pretty big, well, it is. But it turns out that giant squid may not be the largest animal in the ocean after all. Many scientists think that giant squid may actually be the second largest animal after the colossal squid. And what exactly is the difference between giant squid and colossal squid? Well, first of all, colossal squid live much deeper in the ocean than giant squid, preferring depths of over 2,000 meters. They're also thought to be slightly larger and heavier, reaching lengths of 14 meters and weighing more than a ton. But the two species are so similar that scientists are still trying to figure out whether or not they should be classified as separate species. If they are related, it would mean that there's at least one even bigger sea monster than previously thought. Colossal squid have been observed eating each other, fighting each other, and attacking whales, so they're definitely ferocious predators. But despite their size and ferocity, scientists have never actually seen one in the wild. They have, however, captured images of them using remote cameras. One of the most compelling pieces of evidence that colossal squid exist comes from sperm whales. Sperm whales have been observed with giant squid-beaked scars on their bodies, which suggests that they regularly battle giant squid underwater. Researchers even found a giant squid beak inside the stomach of a sperm whale that had washed up on shore. If these massive squid really do live in the depths of the ocean, it's possible that they could pose a danger to humans. Squid are known to attack divers and swimmers, and it's not hard to imagine a giant squid grabbing onto a person and dragging them down to the bottom of the ocean. Fortunately, there are no documented cases of giant squid or colossal squid attacking humans, and the two species tend to stay deep in the ocean where humans don't typically go. Still, it's probably best not to mess with creatures that big. Number 2. The Kraken. The Kraken is a legendary sea monster said to dwell off the coasts of Norway and Greenland. According to Norse folklore, the Kraken is a gigantic creature that resembles a giant squid or octopus and is capable of dragging ships and their crews down to the bottom of the ocean. Stories of the Kraken circulated among sailors for centuries, but many dismissed them as nothing more than a sailor's tale. However, in the early 18th century, a Swedish scientist named Peter Pontoppidan wrote about a sea monster he had heard of that matched the description of the Kraken. He described it as a giant octopus-like creature that was capable of wrapping its tentacles around a ship and causing it to sink. While Pontoppidan claimed that he hadn't actually seen the creature himself, he said that many sailors had told him about seeing it. Since then, many people have claimed to have seen the Kraken, but none of these sightings have been confirmed. Some say that the Kraken is nothing more than a giant squid or octopus, while others believe that it's an entirely new species of animal. But what's perhaps most interesting about the Kraken is that it seems to have inspired some of the stories of the Loch Ness Monster. After all, the first reported sighting of the Loch Ness Monster was in 565 AD, when a monk wrote about a demon that had taken the form of a water beast and was terrorizing the people around the lake. The description of this beast was quite similar to that of the kraken, leading many to believe that the two creatures may be related. Over the centuries, the stories of the Loch Ness Monster evolved and eventually became the one we all know today. But it's possible that some of the original stories may have been inspired by sightings of the kraken. Perhaps the kraken really does live in the depths of the ocean, waiting patiently for its chance to wrap its tentacles around a ship and drag it down to the bottom of the sea. Number 1. The Lusca. The Lusca is a legendary sea monster said to inhabit the Caribbean Sea. It's often depicted as a giant octopus or squid-like creature that can grow up to the size of a small island. The Lusca is said to be a ferocious predator that feeds on fish and even whales, and it's believed that it's responsible for many of the disappearances of ships and sailors in the Caribbean. Stories of the Lusca date back to the 1700s when Spanish sailors began reporting sightings of a giant octopus-like creature that was preying on their ships. The legend grew in popularity during the 1800s when many people believed that the Lusca was a real animal that needed to be feared. Some people even claimed to have seen the creature for themselves, and there are many paintings and drawings of the Lusca that were created during this time period. However, as time went on, the Lusca became more of a mythical creature. Today, most people believe that the Lusca is nothing more than a folk tale that was used to scare sailors away from the Caribbean. There's no concrete evidence that the Lusca has ever existed, but that hasn't stopped people from claiming to see it from time to time. Some people say that the Lusca is simply a giant squid or octopus that's gotten lost in the Caribbean Sea. Others believe that it's a new species of animal that hasn't been discovered yet, but the truth is, we may never know for sure. Well, there you have it, some of the scariest sea monsters that may be hiding in plain sight. Which one do you think is the most fascinating? Let me know in the comments below, and don't forget to subscribe for more videos like these. Thanks for watching. See you next time. There have been countless sightings of sea serpents throughout history, but today we'll be looking at some that were reported by sailors. Sailors have seen many things during their travels over the high seas. Many of them are mundane, while others are quite terrifying. Many tales from sailors have become part of folklore, such as sirens, mermaids, and sea monsters. For the most part, these sightings are harmless fun, but there have also been reports of sea serpents spotted in the wild. These range from massive creatures to ones with unusual heads. We're going to look at some of the most interesting sea serpent sightings reported by sailors throughout history. Before we get started, be sure to smash that like button for more videos. Also, stick around until the end to hear about one of the strangest sea serpent sightings ever reported by sailors. Sir Humphrey Gilbert, an English explorer, was traveling from England to North America when he and his crew spotted a sea serpent off the coast of Ireland. This was back in the year 1578. Gilbert and his crew sighted the serpent on September 4th. The animal is said to have been approximately 60 feet in length. It had no head, just a gaping mouth full of sharp teeth. The body was compared to that of a whale. Other than the mouth, it didn't seem to have any other distinguishing features. The animal's movement was also noted. It seemed to move like a sine curve or slinky, hence the name songsin. He described it as raising itself out of the water every 4 or 5 minutes, and that its upper parts did smack and dash upon the water with a prodigious noisily. That's definitely not something you want to come across if you're sailing the seas. In 1848, there was a reported sighting of a sea monster in the Strait of Malacca. The animal was spotted by the crew of the British East Indiaman, the Medway. They were able to observe it for around 20 minutes before it disappeared into the depths of the ocean. The creature was described as being extremely long, around 100 feet. It had a small head, but a very large mouth. A small boat was sent out to try and catch the beast, but it had vanished by the time they returned. The only evidence they had of its existence was a large quantity of fish which had been disgorged from its mouth. The Straits of Malacca are located between the Malay Peninsula and the island of Sumatra. They're known as one of the busiest waterways in the world, so you can imagine the shock when sailors spotted a giant sea serpent swimming through the busy waters. Sightings of sea monsters here date all the way back to 1292. In 1879, the captain of the British India steamer, the Viceroy, was navigating the Suez Canal. While doing so, he spotted what he believed to be a dead whale floating alongside the ship. He quickly realized, however, that it was actually a gigantic snake. The snake had no legs and was covered in scales. Its head was also oddly shaped, which made it stand out even more. Unfortunately, the weather was quite rough and the captain wasn't able to get a proper look at the beast. He also didn't have enough time to grab his camera. To this day, we don't know exactly what this creature was. Was it a giant snake, a type of sea serpent, or perhaps even a whale as the captain first assumed? In 1883, a sea serpent was reportedly sighted off the coast of Japan. The sailors who spotted the animal claimed that it was almost 100 feet in length. It had a lion's head and was surrounded by a pod of dolphins. It may sound like something straight out of a movie, but these sailors were dead serious. They had sailed the seas for many years and had seen their fair share of animals. They were adamant that what they had seen was a real-life sea serpent. Could it be possible that sea serpents exist? Or were the sailors mistaken? If they really did see a sea serpent, then why haven't we managed to find any evidence of them existing? There are many theories out there. Some believe that the sea serpent is a type of oarfish. Oarfish are normally around 26 feet in length, though there have been reports of much larger ones. The largest oarfish ever found was 56 feet in length. It was discovered in 1959 off the coast of Catalina Island, California. Others believe that the sea serpent is a type of seahorse. Seahorses can grow to be quite large, too. The largest one ever recorded was 20 feet in length. It was spotted in South Africa in 2020. However, neither of these animals quite match the descriptions given by the sailors. Sea serpents are said to have humongous mouths filled with sharp teeth, whereas oarfish and seahorses are not known to be dangerous. They also tend to be smaller than what the sailors described. In 1898, the captain of the bark the Star of France spotted a sea serpent near the Kerguelen Islands. The crew estimated the animal to be around 70 feet in length. It had a lion's head and was dark green in color. The captain and his crew were astounded by the size of the sea serpent. It truly was a sight to behold. The captain described it as having a head like a lion and that it raised itself up right out of the sea. But unfortunately, it slipped back down into the water before he could get a better look at it. That's a shame. Would have been cool if he was able to take a photo or video of it. Maybe he should have just jumped in the water and tried to wrestle it. I mean, that's what most sailors would probably do, right? The captain and his crew were experienced sailors. They had traveled the world together and seen many things. They were adamant that what they saw was a real sea serpent. What about this sea serpent, though? This one was spotted by sailors in 1909. It was huge, around 100 feet in length. It had no neck, and its body was similar to that of a porpoise. The animal was spotted off the coast of South Carolina. One sailor said it looked like a big black worm. Another said it resembled a giant eel. All they agreed on was that it was huge and terrifying. Imagine seeing this while you're out sailing. You might think you've finally gone crazy. What could it possibly be? Sea serpents are often depicted as being dangerous, vicious creatures. However, in this case, the sailors claimed that the animal was actually quite friendly. It didn't seem to mind the humans at all. In fact, it almost seemed curious about them. Perhaps it was just trying to say hello. But, let's be honest, if you came across this, you'd probably scream and run away. No matter how friendly it was, it's still a massive sea serpent. What about this strange sea creature? It was spotted by sailors in the Caribbean Sea in 1951. The animal was white in color and had a thick, slimy body. It was also incredibly long, around 120 feet. The sailors claimed that the animal was a sea serpent, but some believed it to be a type of whale. The sailors said the animal had a pair of humps like a camel. However, it didn't have any fins or flippers. It may have been a whale, but that doesn't explain the humps. Whatever this animal was, it was unlike anything they'd ever seen before. The sailors spotted this sea serpent in 1977. They claimed that the animal was around 80 feet in length and had a pair of humps. It also had a thin, whip-like tail. The sailors were initially scared when they saw the sea serpent, but they soon realized that it was harmless. It was just swimming along peacefully. The sailors were able to observe the sea serpent for several hours before it disappeared into the depths of the ocean. Perhaps it was a humpback whale. Humpback whales can reach lengths of up to 52 feet. However, they don't normally have thin, whip-like tails. It may have been a rare mutation. Either that, or it really was a sea serpent. We'll leave that one for you to decide. But now it's time to make your voice heard. Comment below. Which was the most interesting sea serpent sighting reported by sailors? If you want to learn more about sea serpents, then check out some other videos. You've probably seen this image before. A colossal squid wrapped around the bowsprit of a ship, a harpoon lodged in its head, a determined sailor standing triumphantly atop the mast. The painting is called The Kraken, after the legendary sea monster that it depicts. It was first published in 1859, and for centuries before that, stories were told of a gigantic octopus or squid that lurked off the coast of Norway and dragged unsuspecting sailors to their doom. But the question is, are there giant squids or even giant octopuses lurking beneath the ocean? Could one of these monsters really drag a ship down with it? Let's start with what we know. The deepest we've ever looked into the ocean is about 11,000 meters deep at the bottom of the Mariana Trench. The average depth of ocean is around 1,600 meters, and so far we haven't found any evidence of gigantic squids living there or anywhere else. Octopuses and squids are mollusks, and mollusks don't have skeletons, so there's nothing to fossilize. What we do find are discarded cephalopod skin and beaks, but none of those we found so far show any signs of gigantism. But just because we haven't found evidence of a giant squid or octopus yet, doesn't mean they don't exist. Or does it? Well, maybe not. In 2004, a squid was caught off the coast of Australia that was unusually large. It measured almost 13 meters long and weighed over 270 kilograms. That's definitely big, but it doesn't come close to matching the size of the Kraken, which supposedly wrapped itself around entire ships. So we may as well stop right here and declare the Kraken a myth, except that might be a little bit premature. After all, this particular squid lived only 2,000 meters underwater, much shallower than the deepest trenches. There's also the fact that animals tend to grow larger the deeper you go. You see, the deeper you go, the colder it gets. Cold water holds more oxygen than warm water does, and oxygen is essential for cellular respiration. All living things need oxygen to make the energy they need to stay alive. But bigger animals need more oxygen. So, in order to support a larger body, animals that live at depth must evolve more efficient ways to extract oxygen from the water around them. Giant squids could be especially good at extracting oxygen from cold, deep water. In fact, we already know that giant deep-sea creatures are pretty common. For example, we know that giant amphipods exist. These are crustaceans related to shrimp that live near hydrothermal vents on the seafloor. One of these species can grow over half a meter long. They're scavengers, feeding on dead things that sink to the bottom. There's also the giant squid's cousin, the jumbo squid, which actually does live in fairly shallow water. This species can grow up to 7 meters long and weigh almost 500 kilograms. That's still smaller than the Kraken, but it shows that a giant squid or octopus isn't such an unreasonable idea. Plus, scientists have estimated that there are plenty of very large squids swimming around in our oceans. A study published in 2006 estimated the population size of sperm whales, which feed on giant squid. The researchers determined that there are approximately 20 million adult sperm whales in the world's oceans. By studying their diet, the scientists were able to estimate the number of giant squid in the ocean, about 500 million. However, the giant squid species the researchers were studying were much smaller, maxing out at 12 meters in length. But if there are hundreds of millions of these squids, then surely there must be some that are even larger. But how big could a giant squid get? We can look to another predator-prey relationship to find out. Sperm whales eat giant squid, but giant squid also eat other animals, including fish and other squid. The giant squid's main weapon is its beak, which is used to tear prey into pieces. Scientists know that a Humboldt squid's beak can exert a force of 1,000 newtons of force when it closes. That's about 100 kilograms of force. If a giant squid had a beak that was 5 times stronger than a Humboldt squid's, it could easily pierce the skin of a ship. And according to a paper published in 2009, a massive squid like this would need a mantle diameter of about 65 feet. Since the mantle is the main body of the squid, not counting the arms and tentacles, this means the total length of such a creature could easily reach over 100 feet. That's definitely large enough to wrap around the hull of a ship. And according to the authors of the paper, such a massive squid would be able to keep itself afloat using its mantle, which acts like a balloon filled with gas, like this squid. This species has gas-filled chambers inside its mantle that help it float through the water. While this particular species isn't very good at keeping itself upright, a giant squid could evolve a structure that would allow it to maintain its position in the water column without expending lots of energy. This means that once it wraps itself around a ship, the giant squid would be able to hold on without tiring, sinking, or floating away. The only way a ship could escape a giant squid would be to sail straight down, since a giant squid couldn't wrap its tentacles around the hull if it was upside down. And it wouldn't be easy to sail straight down, especially during a storm, which would make the giant squid even hungrier. So, given that giant squid are theoretically possible, let's take a moment to appreciate the absolutely immense amount of suction cups that would be needed to attach to the hull of a ship. According to engineering estimates, it would take 12,000 suction cups, each capable of exerting a force of 10 newtons to lift a small car. This means that the underside of the ship would need to be completely covered with suction cups. Fortunately for sailors, though, this would also make it impossible for the squid to turn itself right side up again. As far as we can tell, no one has ever directly observed a giant squid. Some people think this is evidence against their existence, but giant squid live in very dark depths where no light can penetrate. Using sonar, scientists have spotted giant squid down there, but so far, no one's been able to film them or capture one. Maybe one day someone will catch a giant squid or even an octopus, and we'll learn that the Kraken is real. But until then, the legend will continue to inspire fear and fascination in anyone who ventures too far into the dark and mysterious depths of the ocean. Speaking of mysteries, have you ever wondered what happened to the dinosaurs? Our oceans and climate are changing faster than ever, and our next episode is all about the effects of climate change. If you'd like to learn more about the threats facing our oceans and how you can help protect them, visit the website below. Thanks for watching, and see you soon. When you think of the largest shark that ever existed, what comes to your mind? Perhaps you think of the great white shark, which is definitely one of the largest sharks alive today. But compared to this giant, it's just a small fry. This is the megalodon. It's been dubbed the king of all sharks, and if it were still alive today, it would be even larger than whales. Keep watching to find out whether the megalodon is still alive or if it will remain in the oceans forever. Hi, and welcome to Paleo Logic. The megalodon was a species of mackerel shark that lived in the world's oceans from about 23 to 3.6 million years ago. It's part of the same group of sharks that includes great whites, makos, and hammerheads. The name megalodon means big tooth, and when we talk about its teeth, we're talking big. Each one was around 7 inches long, like a human hand. To make matters worse, it had up to 300 of them. So if you stumbled upon a megalodon's mouth, you wouldn't leave without some very bad memories. Megalodon's jaw could reach lengths of 8 feet. If you want an idea of how large it was, take a look at this model. Now imagine it filled with hundreds of razor-sharp teeth. Nobody wants to be anywhere near that. But the megalodon didn't only have sharp teeth. Its overall body was huge. Researchers estimate that it reached a maximum length of 60 feet. That's the size of a school bus. And its weight could reach 100 tons. For comparison, the largest whale alive today, the blue whale, measures around 100 feet and weighs about 200 tons. So we can say that the megalodon was pretty close to becoming the biggest creature in the ocean. If you wanted to see one, you'd have to go back in time. Scientists believe that the megalodon went extinct around 3.6 million years ago. According to fossil evidence, it started to disappear during the Miocene epoch. But why? What caused such a huge animal to disappear from the face of the Earth? No one knows for sure, but there are several theories. Some scientists say that climate change may have been the culprit. They say that the temperature of the oceans rose, so the water didn't have enough food for the megalodon and other marine animals. There was also less plankton, which meant fewer fish to eat the plankton. In the end, the entire food chain suffered. Another theory says that the continents drifted apart. This made the ocean wider and deeper, meaning that megalodon needed more energy to hunt. Maybe it simply ran out of food. Whatever the reason, the megalodon went extinct and has never been seen since. Or has it? There are many people who believe that the megalodon is still alive, although there isn't any real evidence to support this theory. Those who think it might still exist usually cite the lack of evidence for its extinction as proof. After all, no one has found its bones in the fossil record, so it hasn't really gone extinct. However, this argument doesn't hold much weight because the bones of the megalodon were made of cartilage, just like those of sharks. And cartilage doesn't preserve well in the fossil record. On top of that, there are countless fossils of megalodon teeth and vertebrae, so it's clear that it did live on our planet. It just doesn't anymore. But even though it's almost certainly extinct, it's possible that we haven't found its remains yet. New species of dinosaur are discovered every year, and many people believe that the megalodon could be hiding somewhere deep in the ocean. Proponents of this theory say that it lives in the deepest trenches where no human can get to. There's only one problem with this theory. The megalodon needs sunlight to survive, because it feeds on phytoplankton, so it must be close to the surface of the water, not down in the trenches. Another theory says that the megalodon hides in caves or lives in places where no one can see it. This one seems more plausible, but it has its own flaws. Creatures like the megalodon need to swim constantly to keep moving. Staying in one place for too long would kill them. So if they hid in caves, they'd eventually die of exhaustion. Some say that the megalodon lives in another dimension or in a parallel universe, but there's absolutely no proof of either of these things. Now let's talk about the most common theory about why the megalodon is still alive today. It has to do with a supposed creature called the lusca. The lusca is said to be the biggest predator in the ocean, capable of swallowing whales. Some people believe that the lusca is nothing but a myth, while others say it's actually a megalodon. These people point out similarities between the two creatures. Both are enormous and live in the ocean. Both are said to be very aggressive, and both are almost impossible to kill. Stories about the lusca date back centuries. One of the earliest written accounts comes from the 17th century. It tells the story of a Spanish galleon that was sailing between Havana and Spain. Suddenly, a giant octopus attacked the ship. It tried to drag it underwater and even managed to turn it over. Luckily, the sailors managed to save themselves by killing the octopus. They cut off its tentacles and threw them into the sea. Soon after, other ships arrived and started picking up the pieces of the octopus. They used the tentacles to feed the crew members, but this made them sick. However, the sicknesses went away after a few days. This is the story of the kraken. In the 18th century, people started referring to this creature as the lusca. Sailors described it as a whale-sized octopus with colossal strength. At first, scientists thought that this creature was made up, but then they started finding evidence that it may actually exist. In 1817, an explorer named Daniel G. Reed wrote about a fisherman who encountered a gigantic squid in South America. The fisherman told him that he had seen similar squids before, but never one that was so large. He said that the lusca was a terrible sight. Its eyes were red and shining, and its tentacles reached lengths of 100 feet. Then there's another story about a shipwreck survivor who saw a colossal squid approaching him. He pulled himself together and swam away from it, but it was too late. The squid grabbed him with its tentacles and dragged him under the water. Some people believe that the lusca is nothing but a product of sailors' imaginations. After all, most stories about it come from sailors, and we know that people tend to embellish their stories. Others say that it's actually a megalodon. Maybe it changed its appearance to hide from humans, or maybe it became smaller so that we would not notice it. And maybe it lives among us right now. Even though the megalodon is most likely extinct, nobody can say for sure. There's no doubt that it lived on our planet millions of years ago, but who's to say that it's not hiding in some underwater cave right now? There are plenty of unexplored parts of the ocean, and new species are being discovered all the time. So anything is possible. It's also true that there are plenty of stories about giant squids attacking ships. But are these stories true or just tall tales? We don't know. But here's what we do know. Giant squid do exist. The Humboldt squid can grow up to 33 feet long and weigh 300 pounds. It's considered the biggest squid species alive today. The giant squid is estimated to grow up to 46 feet long, but nobody has ever confirmed this. Even though the giant squid is almost as large as the megalodon, it can't swallow a whale. As for the lusca, it's probably a mix of truth and fiction. Maybe it really is a giant squid, but it's definitely not a whale-eating monster. All things considered, it seems unlikely that the megalodon is still alive today. If it were, we would have found evidence of it by now. Plus, it would have to be hiding from us for tens of millions of years, which isn't easy. But stranger things have happened. So until we find bones or other proof that the megalodon is extinct, there's always a chance that it's still out there. What do you think? Is the megalodon still alive today? Let us know in the comments below. And don't forget to subscribe for more videos like this. Thanks for watching. The San Jose Galleon, which sank off the coast of modern-day Cartagena in Colombia in 1708, was laden with gold from the Spanish colonies in South America. But despite numerous attempts, no one has ever recovered any of it. Why? Hi everyone, welcome to this channel. And today we are exploring the mysteries of the San Jose Galleon, which sank off the coast of modern-day Cartagena in Colombia in 1708. It was laden with gold from the Spanish colonies in South America. The galleon is now considered the wealthiest shipwreck ever lost. So why, after so many years of searching, has no one ever recovered any of its gold? To answer this question, we need to look at how the ship met its demise, the efforts that have been made to recover the treasure, and the reasons behind its continued elusiveness. The story of the San Jose Galleon dates back to the early 18th century, when Spain was at the height of its colonial empire. The galleon was a formidable warship measuring 174 feet long and 53 feet wide. It was designed to transport goods, particularly gold and silver, from the Spanish colonies in the Americas to Spain. At this time, the Spanish colonies in South America were producing vast quantities of gold and silver, which were then shipped back to Spain to finance the country's growing wealth and power. However, transporting such valuable cargo across the Atlantic Ocean was a risky endeavor due to the threat of piracy and other dangers of sea travel. That's where the galleon came in. These massive ships were built to withstand the harsh conditions of the open seas, while also being able to defend themselves against potential attackers. They had thick wooden hulls reinforced with metal plates and were equipped with cannons and other weapons to fend off pirates and rival navies. In 1708, the San Jose Galleon set sail from Portobello, located in present-day Panama, on its way to Spain. The galleon was carrying a massive haul of gold and silver from the Spanish colonies in what is now Colombia and Ecuador. The cargo was stored in the ship's hold, along with other valuables and treasures looted by the Spanish conquistadors from the indigenous populations they encountered in the Americas. The total value of the cargo is estimated to be worth billions of dollars in today's money, making the San Jose galleon the wealthiest shipwreck ever discovered. As the galleon approached the coast of Colombia, it encountered a fierce storm that caused the ship to run aground on a sandbar near the port city of Cartagena. The crew struggled to free the ship from the sand, but their efforts were unsuccessful. With the galleon stranded and the threat of pirates looming, the captain made the difficult decision to abandon ship. The crew and passengers, along with some of the cargo, managed to escape on lifeboats and reach the shore safely. However, the majority of the ship's valuable cargo was lost when the San Jose galleon eventually succumbed to the waves and sank beneath the surface of the Caribbean Sea. The news of the galleon's loss spread quickly throughout the colonial world, reaching the ears of both the Spanish authorities and the infamous pirate Henry Morgan. Realizing the potential for profit, Morgan and his crew set sail for the location of the wreck in an attempt to salvage as much treasure as possible. While the exact details of the salvage operation are unknown, it's believed that Morgan and his crew were able to recover some of the galleon's cargo, including gold bars, silver coins, and jewels. This encounter further fueled the legend of the galleon and its immense wealth, making it a sought-after prize for would-be treasure hunters throughout history. Over the centuries, tales of the San Jose galleon's sunken treasure captured the imagination of explorers and adventurers who risked their lives searching for the elusive fortune. One of the most notable attempts to recover the sunken treasure was made by the British explorer Sir Francis Drake in the 16th century. Drake, who was known for his daring raids on Spanish ships and settlements, set out to find the remains of the galleon and salvage as much gold as possible. Despite extensive searches, Drake and his crew were unable to locate the wreck and their efforts proved fruitless. Another famous attempt was made by the German oceanographer and explorer Robert Ballard in the late 20th century. Ballard, who was the first person to discover the wreck of the Titanic, was hired by the Colombian government in 1981 to search for the San Jose galleon. Using advanced sonar technology, Ballard and his team scanned the seabed near Cartagena in an attempt to locate the ship's remains. Although they were unable to find the galleon, their efforts led to the discovery of several other shipwrecks from the colonial era, providing valuable insights into the maritime history of the region. But perhaps the most recent and ambitious attempt to recover the treasure was made by the American company Sea Search Armada in the 1980s. The company assembled a massive fleet of ships and aircraft equipped with state-of-the-art technology in an attempt to locate the galleon and raise it to the surface. Despite investing millions of dollars and employing thousands of people in the search, the company was unable to find the wreck, and the treasure remained elusive. So why has the San Jose galleon remained hidden for so long? There are several factors that have contributed to the galleon's continued elusiveness. The first is the lack of precise information about the ship's final resting place. While it's known that the galleon sank off the coast of Cartagena, the exact location of the wreck remains a mystery. This has made it difficult for treasure hunters to focus their search efforts in the right areas. Additionally, the waters off the coast of Cartagena are notoriously treacherous with strong currents and deep trenches that can easily conceal a large ship like the San Jose galleon. The ship itself is believed to lie at a depth of approximately 1,200 feet, making it even more challenging to locate and explore. Furthermore, the galleon's cargo of gold and other valuables has made it a highly coveted target for looters and treasure hunters throughout history. Over the years, many individuals and companies have conducted illegal salvage operations in the area, hoping to find the wreck and steal the treasure for themselves. These activities have not only hindered the efforts of legitimate researchers, but have also contributed to the galleon's enduring mystery. Despite these challenges, the legend of the San Jose galleon continues to captivate the imaginations of treasure hunters and historians alike. The thought of uncovering a lost fortune from one of the most valuable shipwrecks in history is an enticing prospect. Whether or not the treasure will ever be found remains to be seen. the ship's final resting place may forever be lost to the depths of the Caribbean Sea. The story of the San Jose Galleon serves as a reminder of the perils of seafaring in the 18th century and the allure of sunken treasure that has fascinated people for centuries. As we continue to explore the mysteries of the ocean depths, the tale of the galleon and its lost riches will continue to capture our imaginations. However, there have been some recent developments in the search for the San Jose Galleon. In 2015, the Colombian Navy announced the discovery of a site that may contain the remains of the galleon based on underwater exploration and analysis of historical records. While the exact location of the site has not been disclosed to the public, the Navy believes that it has a strong claim to the wreck based on the depth and proximity to where the ship was known to have sunk. Furthermore, the Colombian government has taken steps to protect the potential site of the galleon from illegal looters and treasure hunters. In 2016, the government passed legislation declaring the waters around Cartagena as a prohibited area for salvage activities. This measure aims to safeguard any potential cultural or historical treasures that may be present in the area and ensure that any exploration and recovery efforts are carried out in a legal and ethical manner. In addition to these legislative measures, the Colombian government has also invested in the development of new technologies and equipment to support underwater exploration and research. By improving the country's capacity for deep-sea exploration, Colombia hopes to better understand its maritime heritage and potentially uncover valuable treasures like the San Jose Galleon. While the exact location of the galleon remains a closely guarded secret, the Colombian authorities are reportedly working with experts from various fields, including marine archaeologists, historians, and treasure hunters, to further investigate the site and determine its significance. If confirmed to be the location of the San Jose Galleon, it could potentially be designated as a national monument, and efforts would be made to preserve it for future generations. As the search for the galleon continues, the world eagerly awaits any new discoveries that may shed light on the mystery of its disappearance and the whereabouts of its lost treasure. The tale of the San Jose Galleon has captured the imaginations of many, and the prospect of uncovering its secrets and riches remains a captivating and enduring legend. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe for more exciting content. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time. Giant squid caught on camera. There are many creatures in the ocean that we don't know about, but some of them can be terrifying. Today, we will look at the giant squid. This creature is so big that it looks like something from another planet. It has been caught on camera for the first time ever. These mysterious creatures have finally been found. What did the camera catch? What is the size of this giant squid? Let's find out in today's video. We all love to watch videos of animals, and there are numerous video streaming sites where you may watch these videos. However, some of these videos are extremely rare, and it is difficult to locate them. You might be looking for a particular video of an animal that has recently gone viral, or maybe you just want to watch some adorable animals doing funny things. Whatever your preference, we got you covered. Welcome back to our channel where we share with you the most interesting videos that have recently gone viral on social media. Make sure to subscribe to our channel to always stay updated with our latest content. Before we get into the video, let me tell you a little bit about the giant squid. Giant squids are deep-sea dwelling squid. The species was discovered in 1857 and has a typical mantle length of up to 33 centimeters, with the largest recorded specimen having a mantle length of 46 centimeters and weighing around 250 kilograms. However, there are conflicting reports of even larger specimens being caught. Most giant squid live between latitudes 35 degrees north and south. Despite being mostly gray or reddish-brown, some can be white. They are thought to prefer deeper waters at depths of up to 2,000 meters. They are opportunistic predators feeding on fish, crustaceans, and other squid. Their diet varies depending on what is available in their habitat. Giant squid can be found in all major oceans except the Arctic Ocean. They have also been found in the Mediterranean Sea and the Southern Gulf Stream. In recent years, giant squid have been spotted more frequently swimming close to the surface. People have seen them floating in fishing nets. Sometimes they washed up on the shore. Giant squid are found all over the world, especially in New Zealand, Australia, South Africa, and Japan. Sightings have also been reported in Alaska and California. In November 2004, an enormous 12-meter-long squid washed ashore on the island of Santa Maria. Researchers believe that this squid weighed around 272 kilograms. However, giant squid have never been observed breeding. Giant squid vs. Sperm whale. Sperm whales can grow to be huge, measuring 13 meters in length and weighing 90 tons. They have enormous teeth which can grow up to 35 centimeters long. The sperm whale's massive head contains the largest brain of any creature on Earth, weighing roughly 9 quekers. Sperm whales possess the ability to dive to great depths in search of food. They can do this because of the air sacs in their head which collapse during descent and re-expand when they resurface, forcing out water and allowing them to breathe. Because of their size and strength, sperm whales are capable of killing sharks, including the great white shark, one of the ocean's top predators. The giant squid's tentacles are 30 meters long, and its eyes are 25 centimeters wide. It is thought that the colossal squid is the only natural enemy of the giant squid. As proof of this, scientists have discovered sperm whales with giant squid remains and partially digested tissue in their stomachs. Although the sperm whale is a formidable predator, the giant squid poses a serious threat. Scientists hypothesize that giant squids attack sperm whales by latching onto their undersides and using their sharp, sucker-like mouths to slice the whales open. If this is true, the sperm whales would have to fight back with their tails, which could leave scars on the squids. To defend themselves, scientists think the giant squids may cover themselves in mucus, which would make it hard for the sperm whales to grip them with their tails. Even if the sperm whales were successful in injuring the giant squid, it would take several hours for the wounds to become infected. Therefore, fighting off the sperm whales would require a lot of energy, which means the giant squid would have to eat more. Food would be scarce at such great depths, so the squid would have to rise to shallower waters to feed, making it easier for the sperm whales to find and capture it. Giant squid, caught on camera. Scientists had no idea how to spot the giant squid in its natural environment until recently. With the help of new technology, they have been able to track down these elusive creatures. The discovery of the giant squid was announced by researchers who used baited cameras lowered to the bottom of the ocean floor. One of these strange creatures was caught on camera for the first time ever, and this footage was enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. In addition to the images captured, scientists also recovered a number of giant squid beaks, suckers, and skin. After months of searching, this evidence confirmed what they suspected. Some people doubted that giant squid existed, but now everyone believes that these amazing creatures are real. However, despite the advances in technology, we still know very little about giant squid. Until now, scientists could only observe these squid when they beached themselves or were caught in fishing nets. But with the help of underwater cameras, they can see live giant squid in their natural environment. They learned that giant squid live deep under the ocean surface where sunlight cannot reach. They can only see each other and other objects near them. The researchers noticed that the giant squid seemed to be sleeping when they were filmed. They have no natural enemies, so they are not afraid of anything. This makes them vulnerable to predators like sperm whales. That's why giant squid spend most of their time hiding in dark places. Recently, a team of scientists discovered 2 giant squid at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. They were surprised to find that the 2 squid were entangled in each other's arms. It seems that these creatures can fall in love. Just kidding. They were probably trying to mate. Giant squid usually avoid each other unless they want to reproduce. When they do meet, they wrap their tentacles around each other and kiss using their suckers. This helps them determine if their partner is male or female. If it's a male, he will transfer his sperm to her. If it's a female, she will lay her eggs and the male will fertilize them. Then they will part ways until the female gives birth. One of the squid filmed by the researchers had bite marks on its arm. It appears that a sperm whale tried to eat it, but the squid managed to escape. The researchers also found pieces of skin from a giant squid that had been torn off by a predator. It was clear that a sperm whale had attacked it, but it wasn't clear whether or not it ate the squid. Scientists think that giant squid are often attacked by sperm whales, but they don't know how often these attacks happen. The giant squid is a very solitary creature. They only come together to mate. They communicate with each other using chemicals they release into the water. When a female is ready to mate, she releases a pheromone that attracts nearby males. The males compete for the right to mate with the female. They do this by fighting each other with their tentacles. The winner gets to mate with the female. If you enjoyed the video, then make sure to like it before you go. And tell us what you think in the comments section below. Please subscribe to our channel so you won't miss out on any of our awesome videos. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time. This is the HMS Terror, and this is the HMS Erebus. These two ships set sail from England in 1848 and were supposed to be back within 2 years. But in 1850, neither ship had been seen nor heard from for months. Then, in September of that year, the HMS Erebus arrived back in England, but without the HMS Terror or its crew. The HMS Erebus was covered in ice, which was an immediate cause for concern because it had left England in summer. And the HMS Terror had disappeared. Now, this story has some similarities with the famous Mary Celeste, where a ship was found unmanned at sea. The main difference being that the Terror's crew were not just abandoned, they were trapped. Somewhere on board the Terror, the entire crew froze to death, yet no one knew it for another 20 years. So how did this happen? What happened to the HMS Terror? It all started when the Royal Navy decided to send a mission to northwest Canada. The goal was to find a passage through the Arctic and link up with an American expedition. The Royal Navy also wanted to take advantage of the warmer Arctic temperatures caused by the volcanic eruption in 1815. This would make it easier to find a passage. In total, there were 129 men across the two ships, the HMS Terror and the HMS Erebus, under the command of Sir John Franklin. As both ships departed England, people began to wonder if they would ever come back. You see, everyone knew that sailing into the Arctic was a dangerous thing to do, but no one realized just how dangerous until 1846, when an American ship became trapped in the ice, and everyone on board froze to death. The name of that ship was the Jeannette, and it was one of 3 ships that tried to take advantage of the warmer Arctic waters. One of those ships made it, but the other 2 were lost, including the Jeannette. Despite this, the Royal Navy still went ahead with their plan, and the HMS Terror and the HMS Erebus set off into the Arctic. But after 5 months, communication with the ships was lost. Everyone assumed they had successfully found the Northwest Passage and reached the Pacific Ocean, so it was a great surprise when the HMS Erebus returned alone in September 1850. The captain of the Erebus immediately reported that he had lost the Terror and her crew. But what had really happened? Well, as it turns out, the HMS Terror had become stuck in ice. It's believed that they became trapped somewhere near King William Island in April of 1848. There was enough open water for the ships to enter, but then the temperature rose, which caused the ice to melt. Then it froze again, trapping the ships. It's believed that the crews spent the first winter in the ships, but when the spring came, they abandoned the ships and headed to land. All 64 men from the HMS Terror set off on foot. They created a supply depot on the shore, marked their location on some rocks, and then walked towards Fort Enterprise, which was a trading post 600 miles away. This journey took 30 days, but sadly, none of them survived. But why did they abandon the ships? Well, the HMS Terror was trapped in ice, and the men knew that waiting for rescue would be pointless. Also, the ships weren't designed for the cold. If the men stayed in the ships, they would have frozen to death. So it was better to try and walk to safety, and the men did everything they could to make sure they would survive. They brought food, weapons, and dogs with them. They built strong shelters and even used palm trees as a windbreak. But they never made it, and today, we don't know exactly what happened to them. But we believe starvation and exhaustion eventually caught up with them, and the entire crew died. Then in 1869, an explorer named Sir John Rae reached the same island where the men had been trapped, and he found some remains. He didn't know it at the time, but the bones he found belonged to 3 of the crew members. He handed these over to the Royal Navy, but it wasn't until years later that DNA testing proved they belonged to the crew of the HMS Terror. The question is, why did it take so long for the crew to be found? Well, you see, the HMS Terror only had a small mast above the ice, so it was very difficult to spot. Also, the ships had white paint, so they blended in with the snow. This is why the Erebus had to return to England to be able to tell anyone what had happened. But the fact that the Erebus returned without the Terror was strange, to say the least. As mentioned before, the ships had left England together, so where was the Terror? Why hadn't they both returned together? Why was the Erebus covered in ice, and why did it arrive back in England several months late? Well, the captain of the Erebus, Sir Francis Crozier, kept a log of his journey, and it revealed the truth. As it turns out, the HMS Terror and the HMS Erebus had become separated during a storm. This is why the Erebus was covered in ice. It had traveled through freezing cold waters, and the Terror was missing. This is also why the Erebus was late, because it had to go around searching for the HMS Terror. Sadly, they were never reunited, and the HMS Terror was never seen again. At least, not at first. You see, the HMS Terror was trapped in ice, but what actually happened to the ships after the crew abandoned them? Well, they remained stuck in the ice for another 8 years until they were finally freed by, of all things, a walrus. That's right, a single walrus managed to destroy 2 ships. You see, when the HMS Terror and the HMS Erebus were abandoned, the crews left holes in the ships so that animals could get inside. One of those animals was a walrus, and over time it had gnawed away at the wooden parts of the ships. This eventually led to the ships leaking water and eventually breaking apart. It's unknown exactly when this happened, but it was sometime between 1848 and 1856. The ships were eventually discovered by an American ship called the Rescue, but by this point, there was nothing left of the ships except for some pieces of wood and iron. Now, after hearing this story, you're probably wondering, why didn't the crew stay in the ships? Surely, it would have been safer than walking through the snow, right? Well, you have to remember that the men didn't know how long they would be trapped. They thought that help would arrive within a few weeks, so they abandoned the ships temporarily. But then, the weeks turned into months, and the men became desperate. Eventually, they ran out of food and water, so they had to leave the ships and find food on the island. But this was a fatal mistake because the island was covered in ice and the men couldn't find any food. They ended up starving to death. But what about the ships themselves? Were they haunted by the ghosts of the crew members? Well, maybe. You see, the HMS Terror and the HMS Erebus are said to be haunted by the ghosts of the crew members who died on board. One of the scariest parts is that the ships were found in almost the exact same position that they were left. This makes it seem like the crew just got up and walked off the ships. And some people believe that the ships are cursed. Maybe this is why the ships were destroyed by a walrus. Maybe the walrus was trying to free the souls on board. But what do you think? Let me know in the comments below. And remember to subscribe for more stories. Thanks for watching. The last thing any sailor ever wants to hear is the sound of chains dragging metal moans across the ocean waves. Imagine then how terrified they must have been when it was the only sound they heard for days, leading them to believe they were trapped on a ghostly ship condemned to an eternity of agony. Hi everyone! Today we're exploring another installment in our spooky series where we delve into the history of maritime myths and legends that will make you never want to set foot on a ship again. Our story begins in 1812 with Lady Lovibond and her son, Frederick, who were aboard their merchant vessel, the Two Sisters, sailing from England to New South Wales with a cargo of convicts. Yes, this was before Australia was settled. Convicts were sent there as a punishment for their crimes. While the journey was proving to be rather uneventful, all of a sudden, one night a violent storm arose. For 3 days, the ship was tossed about like a child's toy. And after the 3rd day, the storm began to subside and the sun came back out, shining brightly. That was when the crew noticed something strange. They had lost a good portion of their cargo, along with several barrels of water. The men quickly got to work bailing out the remaining water from the cargo hold and got underway once more. But the wind had died down, and now they were stuck in a thick fog. For 8 whole days they were unable to determine their location or navigate properly. When the fog finally lifted, the lookout cried out that land was in sight. Relief washed over the crew as they prepared to dock. But upon arriving at the docks, the captain was informed by local authorities that there had been no record of the ship's departure from England, nor did they recognize the captain as being the captain of the 2 sisters. All he was given was the date of the ship's supposed departure. As it turns out, the ship had been at sea longer than they realized and had somehow traveled around the tip of South Africa and found themselves back in England. While none of the crew were too badly affected by this spatial confusion, the same could not be said for Frederick Lovibond. After hearing that his ship had been missing for 8 days, Frederick took ill and died shortly thereafter. His body was then thrown overboard. As a result, his mother, Lady Lovibond, was beside herself with grief. She blamed herself for sending her son on such a long voyage, and she fell ill soon after. She grew weaker and weaker until she passed away in her sleep. Her wish was to be buried next to her son. So she was placed in the family tomb in the Church of St. Mary the Virgin in Great Ayton, Yorkshire. A few years later, her spirit is said to have made an appearance in the dreams of a local resident, telling them to visit her grave and warn others about the dangers of life at sea. The grave was then marked with a plaque reading, Lek Mick Im Arsh. Then, almost 70 years later, in 1879, the Reverend J. W. Crofts was hired to renovate the old church. He was eager to complete the job and collect his payment of £15. But when he arrived at the graveyard, he found that the ground was frozen solid. He tried again the following day and the day after that, but each time the frozen earth prevented him from digging the graves. On the 4th day, however, the weather was much warmer, so he returned to the site with 2 laborers and commenced his task. As luck would have it, the graves were able to be dug without incident, and the bodies were moved to their new resting places. That is, all but one, Lady Lavin Bonds. For some reason, her remains would not budge. Rever Crofts returned alone the next day to try to dig up the troublesome corpse, but still he could not move her. By the 3rd day, he was so frustrated that he decided to climb into the grave himself to see what the problem was. To his horror, he felt something grab his leg and heard a voice say, "Don't move me." He scrambled out of the grave and ran as fast as he could to get away. He didn't stop running until he reached the safety of his home. Once he calmed down, he decided to return to the church with a team of 15 men to forcibly remove the body. Once again, the men struggled to shift the coffin, but, as it turned out, they simply needed more leverage. They ended up moving it close to 100 yards before it finally gave way and the coffin broke open. As they pulled Lady Lovibond's remains from the coffin, the men heard a loud crash, which they assumed was the coffin hitting the floor. When they turned around, they saw that the large iron-bound coffin had vanished. To this day, nobody knows what happened to that coffin, but we can assume that Lady Lovibond's ghost finally got to rest in peace. But wait, there's more. This isn't the end of the story. In fact, this is just where it gets started. Years after Rev Crofts' harrowing experience, another local minister, Rev. J.A. Arthington, was strolling through the churchyard when he heard the sound of chains dragging metal moans. He also reported hearing the sound of a woman weeping and a man's voice calling out for his mother. He investigated the area from which the sounds seemed to be coming, but he couldn't find anything. However, the sounds continued unabated, and after hearing them for several nights, the Rev. Mr. Arthington gathered a group of 30 men to stand guard in the churchyard overnight. But the men were so bored with nothing happening that most of them went home. By midnight, only 4 men remained, and it wasn't long before they heard those eerie chains dragging moans. The men followed the sound and discovered the source, a large moss-covered chest in the shape of a coffin. Upon closer inspection, they saw that there was a small hole drilled through the side of the box. And when they peered inside, they saw the apparition of an emaciated old woman in a nightgown rocking back and forth. The men screamed and ran for their lives. Afterward, the local vicar and church warden decided to board up the hole and nail down the lid. But just as they finished, the ghost appeared again and tapped the lid with her finger. It dawned on them that they needed to move the chest to the graveyard and bury it, so they took it to the nearest empty grave, opened it, and slid the ghost inside. However, they failed to notice that as they were moving the chest, it had split open, and the ghost was able to escape. It was last seen heading toward the hills overlooking the village. Afterward, the villagers decided to erect a large stone monument to keep the ghost within the churchyard. But sometimes during storms, they say the chains can still be heard dragging the mournful moans of the ghost ship and the ghostly Lady Lovibond searching for her final resting place. Now it's time for you to tell us your thoughts about this ghastly tale. Do you believe Lady Lovibond is doomed to wander the earth? Let us know in the comments below. And if you'd like to hear more creepy stories about ships, then be sure to check out Part 1 and Part 2 of our spooky series. Thank you for watching, and if you enjoyed this video, don't forget to subscribe for more content. On May 7, 1915, the British passenger liner the Lusitania sank in the waters off the coast of Ireland after being struck by a German torpedo. Out of the nearly 2,000 people on board, more than 100 were Americans. The sinking of the Lusitania remains one of the most controversial events of World War I and is considered to be a pivotal moment that led to the United States entering the war. But what really happened to the ship? What was it carrying, and why did it sink so quickly? And why are some people still trying to uncover its secrets today? Hi everyone! Welcome to this channel. Today, we're going to talk about the mysterious cargo of the Lusitania and find out what some people believe the ship was really carrying. The Lusitania had sailed from New York to Liverpool with over 1,800 passengers and crew on board. But it was no ordinary voyage. The ship was transporting a large amount of war material, much of which was being sent to Great Britain. While the exact contents of the cargo hold are not known, we do know that the ship was carrying a significant amount of ammunition for use in the war effort. In addition, the ship also carried some horses that were intended to be used as cavalry mounts. This would have been extremely dangerous, as horses could easily have stampeded in the event of an emergency. Additionally, the ship carried several railway coaches, which would have made it difficult to maneuver in the event of an accident. Despite these potential hazards, the captain of the Lusitania, Charles Froggatt, was an experienced sailor who was confident in his ability to navigate the treacherous waters off the coast of Ireland. As the ship approached its destination, it was spotted by a German U-boat. The submarine fired a torpedo at the ship and then watched as it began to sink. The entire event was captured in a photograph taken by a member of the U-boat crew. The image shows the massive explosion that occurred when the torpedo hit its target. It is unclear whether or not the image was tampered with in any way, but it provides a glimpse into one of the most mysterious events of the war. The sinking of the Lusitania resulted in the deaths of more than 1,000 people, including 128 Americans. The tragedy caused a public outcry in the United States and ultimately led to the country entering World War I. The ship was salvaged several times over the years, but its wreck was never fully recovered. Some people believe that the ship was carrying something more than just war material. They say that the ship was actually carrying secret weapons and other items that could have changed the outcome of the war. Proponents of this theory argue that the U.S. government has been hiding the truth about the Lusitania ever since it sank. They say that the government is responsible for the deaths of many innocent people, and that it is up to us to uncover the truth. Conspiracy theories surrounding the Lusitania have persisted for decades. Some people believe that the ship was carrying gold bars worth millions of dollars. Others say that the ship was carrying top-secret weapons technology that could have been used to end the war quickly. Still, others claim that the ship was carrying a nuclear device that could have potentially ended all life on Earth. These theories have been bolstered by the fact that the ship was carrying a large amount of ammunition and other military supplies. Many people have speculated that the ammunition was actually being used to transport nuclear material or other dangerous substances. However, there is no evidence to support these claims. It's important to note that while the Lusitania was carrying military supplies, it was not carrying any classified or experimental weapons. The ammunition it was carrying was standard issue and would not have been of much use to either side in the war. There is no evidence that the ship was carrying any kind of secret weapon or nuclear material. Despite this, conspiracy theories continue to persist. Some people even believe that the ship was carrying a nuclear bomb that could have potentially destroyed the entire city of Liverpool. Again, there is no evidence to support this theory. What makes these conspiracy theories particularly interesting is that they have been fueled by the lack of transparency from the U.S. government. After the ship sank, the government did everything it could to hide the details of what had happened. This included covering up the fact that the ship was carrying military supplies and even going so far as to censor the press. This only served to make people more suspicious and led them to believe that the government was hiding something. Theories aside, the actual sinking of the ship was a devastating event that resulted in the loss of many lives. It is important to remember that the ship was carrying innocent people who had no idea what was about to happen. The crew did everything they could to ensure the safety of the passengers, but ultimately it was not enough. The sinking of the Lusitania remains one of the most mysterious events of World War I. While we may never know exactly what caused the ship to sink so quickly, we do know that it was a tragedy that should never have happened. As you can imagine, the sinking of the Lusitania had a profound impact on the people who lived through it. The survivors were left traumatized, and many of them never fully recovered. The families of those who died were left without answers, and the nation was plunged into a state of mourning. In the aftermath of the sinking, the U.S. government took a number of steps to try and prevent similar tragedies from happening in the future. This included implementing new safety regulations for ships and creating a system for tracking submarines. However, these measures were not enough to prevent the sinking of other passenger liners during the war. In the years following the sinking of the Lusitania, many people have come forward with their own theories as to what really happened. Some believe that the ship was deliberately targeted by the Germans, while others claim that it was an accident. Still, others believe that the ship was carrying something it wasn't supposed to, which is why the government has tried so hard to cover it up. Unfortunately, because so much evidence was lost when the ship sank, it may never be possible to know for sure what happened. All we can do is speculate and draw our own conclusions based on the available evidence. It's important to remember that the Lusitania was a tragedy that resulted in the loss of many innocent lives. Regardless of what may or may not have been on board the ship, the fact remains that hundreds of people lost their lives and their families were torn apart. As we look back on this tragedy, we should remember those who died and honor their memory by working to ensure that such a disaster never happens again. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Lusitania story is the fact that the ship was carrying a large number of American passengers and crew. At the time, the United States was still officially neutral in the conflict, but the sinking of the Lusitania would eventually help to push the country towards war. The presence of American citizens on board the ship raised tensions between the United States and Germany and ultimately led to the severing of diplomatic ties between the two countries. This event would have a major impact on the course of the war and would eventually lead to the United States joining the conflict. The sinking of the Lusitania is a reminder of the human cost of war. The ship was full of people from different countries and backgrounds who were all caught up in a conflict that they did not start. The tragedy of the Lusitania is a reminder of the importance of international cooperation and the need for peaceful resolution of conflicts. It is a reminder that war is never the answer and that the human cost of war is always too high. Some people believe that the sinking of the Lusitania was a deliberate act of aggression by the Germans, They argue that the Germans knew that the ship was carrying American passengers and intentionally targeted it in order to provoke the United States into entering the war. Supporters of this theory point to the fact that the ship was carrying a large amount of ammunition and argue that the Germans could have easily avoided sinking the ship if they had wanted to. They also note that the Germans had a history of targeting passenger ships and that they had specifically warned the United States about their intention to do so. Others believe that the sinking of the Lusitania was an accident. They argue that the Germans did not know that the ship was carrying American passengers and that they only realized it after the ship had already been sunk. Supporters of this theory point to the fact that the ship was carrying a large amount of military supplies and argue that the Germans had every right to assume that it was a legitimate military target. They also note that the Germans had not intentionally targeted passenger ships in the past and that they had taken steps to avoid civilian casualties. While we may never know for sure what really happened, we can learn from the tragedy of the Lusitania. The sinking of the ship serves as a reminder of the importance of international cooperation and the need for peaceful resolution of conflicts. It is a reminder that war is never the answer, and that the human cost of war is always too high. Today, the site of the Lusitania shipwreck is a protected war grave. Divers are not allowed to disturb the wreckage and salvage operations are strictly prohibited. This is in order to ensure that the final resting place of those who died in the sinking is respected. It is a fitting tribute to those who died and a reminder of the importance of remembering the past. The sinking of the Lusitania remains one of the most controversial events of World War I, and it is a tragedy that should not be forgotten. The loss of life and the impact on the course of the war are a testament to the human cost of conflict. As we look back on this tragedy, we should remember those who died and honor their memory by working to ensure that such a disaster never happens again. What do you think happened to the Lusitania? Let me know in the comments below. If you enjoyed this video, please hit the like button and subscribe for more historical stories like this one. Thanks for watching. This is the story of the last moments of the SS Edmund Fitzgerald. On November 1975, the SS Edmund Fitzgerald was sailing through Lake Superior with a cargo of iron ore when all of a sudden it ran into a storm. The ship began to take on water and the captain sent out a distress call. The Coast Guard tried to help, but they were unable to save the ship or its crew of 29 men. This is the story of what happened to them. Our story begins in the early hours of November 10th, 1975. The freighter SS Edmund Fitzgerald was en route from Superior, Wisconsin to Detroit, Michigan. She was carrying a cargo of iron ore that she had picked up in Minnesota. The ship would pass through the Straits of Mackinac on her way to Detroit. As the ship sailed, Captain Ernest McSorley was on the bridge with his first mate, Thomas Straggler. The weather was rough and the captain was busy trying to keep the ship on course. Suddenly, the radar operator came running onto the bridge yelling, "All ahead, full speed." The captain looked at him in surprise because he had just set the ship to a steady speed of 13 knots, but the operator insisted that he come see something. On the radar, there was a massive storm heading right for them. The waves were massive, like giant walls of water crashing into each other. It was one of the worst storms that anyone on the ship had ever seen, and it was coming straight for them. As the captain watched, the storm seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. He knew that they had to get out of the way, but he wasn't sure how. He ordered the engines to full speed ahead so that they could try to outrun the storm, but it didn't seem to be working. The waves were getting bigger and closer together. He knew that they wouldn't be able to outrun it forever, so he did the only thing that he could think of. He ordered the crew to drop the anchor and wait for the storm to pass. The captain knew that this was a risky move. If the storm hit them while they were anchored, it could capsize the ship. But he didn't have any other options. They couldn't outrun it, and they couldn't sail around it. So they had to hunker down and hope for the best. The captain stayed on the bridge with the lookout as they waited for the storm to hit. The wind began to pick up and the waves started to crash against the hull of the ship. The captain could feel the ship start to list to one side. He knew that they had made the right decision by anchoring, but he wasn't sure if it would be enough. Then, suddenly, the captain felt the ship lurch violently to one side. A rogue wave had hit them, and it was big enough to make the ship almost capsize. The captain could feel himself being pulled toward the side of the ship. He grabbed onto the nearest handrail and pulled himself back to safety. He looked over to the lookout and saw that he had fallen to the deck. The captain rushed over to help him, but it was too late. The man was dead. The captain knew that they were in trouble. The ship was taking on water and the pumps couldn't keep up. He needed to get the crew to start pumping out the water, but he couldn't get through to them. The radio was dead. The storm had knocked out the ship's communications. He needed to get their attention another way. He went to the intercom and started yelling for the crew to report to the pump room. He knew that they wouldn't be able to hear him over the noise of the storm, but he had to try. Just then, another rogue wave hit the ship. The captain was knocked off his feet and thrown to the deck. He could hear the sound of breaking glass as the ship's windows were blown out. He could see the water starting to pour in through the holes in the hull. He knew that the ship was going down, and there was nothing that they could do to stop it. The captain struggled to his feet and tried to make his way to the bridge. He needed to get the crew to abandon ship, but he knew that it was too late. The ship was going down, and there was no way that they would survive. He could feel the ship tilt further and further to one side. He could hear the crew screaming as they tried to make their way to the lifeboats. But it was no use. The ship was going down, and there was nothing that they could do to stop it. The captain watched as the Edmund Fitzgerald slowly began to sink into the icy waters of Lake Superior. He knew that he and the rest of the crew were doomed. He closed his eyes and waited for the cold water to engulf him. When the Coast Guard arrived on the scene, they found that the ship had broken apart and sunk in two pieces. The bow and the stern had been found about 10 miles apart. All that was left on the surface was a thin sheen of oil and a few pieces of debris. The Coast Guard searched for survivors, but they found none. The only evidence that the ship had ever been there was the faint outline of the bow and the stern in the murky depths of Lake Superior. Of the 29 crew members who had been on board the ship, only 2 bodies were ever recovered. The families of the missing men were never given a definitive answer as to what had happened to the ship. The official investigation was unable to determine the cause of the sinking, although it is believed that a combination of factors led to the disaster. One of the most likely explanations is that the ship was overloaded, and that contributed to its demise. Another theory is that the ship was damaged while loading its cargo, and that ultimately caused it to sink. Still, another explanation is that the ship was sailing too fast for the conditions, and that caused it to become unstable and eventually break apart. Whatever the cause, the sinking of the Edmund Fitzgerald remains one of the most mysterious maritime disasters in U.S. history. The Edmund Fitzgerald was a strong and sturdy ship. It had been built to withstand the rough conditions of Lake Superior. The crew was experienced and well-trained. They knew the dangers of the lake, and they were prepared for whatever Mother Nature might throw at them. So why did the ship sink? What caused it to break apart in the middle of one of the largest lakes in the world? As I said earlier, the official investigation was unable to determine the cause of the sinking. There was no single factor that could be blamed. Instead, it was most likely a combination of factors that led to the disaster. The ship may have been overloaded. It may have been damaged while loading its cargo. Or it may have been sailing too fast for the conditions. We may never know for sure what caused the Edmund Fitzgerald to sink, but we do know that the ship was a victim of one of the largest storms in Lake Superior history. The storm that hit the Edmund Fitzgerald was one of the worst storms to ever hit Lake Superior. Waves as high as 35 feet battered the ship, and winds as high as 75 miles per hour. The ship was tossed around like a toy in a bathtub. It was no match for the raw power of nature. The storm was so bad that it even knocked out the ship's radio, which is why the crew was unable to contact the Coast Guard. The storm was so intense that it ripped apart the ship's hull, which is why the ship sank so quickly. The storm was so powerful that it claimed the lives of all 29 crew members, which is why the sinking of the Edmund Fitzgerald is one of the deadliest maritime disasters in U.S. history. The sinking of the Edmund Fitzgerald is a tragedy that should never be forgotten. The crew of the ship lost their lives while doing a job that was vital to the economy of the Great Lakes region. They were transporting iron ore that was needed to make steel for cars and other products. They were also transporting coal that was needed to heat homes and businesses. The crew of the Edmund Fitzgerald gave their lives so that others could have the iron ore and coal that they needed, and for that, we should be eternally grateful. Every year on November, people gather at the Great Lakes Shipwreck Museum in Whitefish Point, Michigan, to remember the crew of the Edmund Fitzgerald. They read the names of the crew and lay a wreath in their honor. People also visit the graves of the crew members who are buried in Arlington National Cemetery. The crew of the Edmund Fitzgerald may be gone, but they are certainly not forgotten. What do you think happened to the Edmund Fitzgerald? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. If you enjoyed this video, please go ahead and leave a like. I would really appreciate it. Thanks for watching. It was discovered in 2016 by a team of scientists aboard the Russian research vessel Akademik Mstislav Keldysh. Scientists were exploring the seabed when they noticed something strange. It appeared to be an old ship that had been buried beneath centuries of sand. They were shocked because no one thought that such a discovery was possible, let alone likely. The fact that this was an actual ghost ship made things even more eerie. But what's going on here? What makes this ship a ghost ship? And why did it remain hidden for so long? What secrets could it possibly be hiding? In today's video, we'll find out exactly what happened to the ship, what led to its demise, and how does it relate to the term ghost ship? Why did the crew abandon ship? And, most importantly, what actually is a ghost ship anyway? Join us as we uncover the mystery of the ghost ship Octavius. When people think of ghost ships, they usually imagine vessels that are haunted by ghosts. While this might be true in some cases, it's not always the case. Most ghost ships refer to vessels that have been abandoned by their crew and left to rot in the ocean. These ships can be dangerous for those who stumble upon them because they can easily fall apart. But even if the ship itself isn't dangerous, whatever is inside it very well may be. For example, there are often toxic materials or chemicals found inside abandoned ships. Other times there may be valuable items or lost cargo still inside. Sometimes these ships get stuck on sandbars or run aground and become beached. Sometimes they're intentionally sunk and sometimes they're not. Either way, they become ghost ships. This is where the Octavius comes in. When it was first discovered, it had been covered in over 1 meter of sand. This helped to preserve it and keep it intact for all of those years. Researchers believe that the ship may have been trapped in ice, and that's what caused it to sink. But this would also explain why the ship was perfectly preserved. When the ship was initially discovered, researchers didn't know exactly what to make of it. It looked like it had just been abandoned yesterday and not 100 years ago. Once the ship was identified, however, researchers became a lot more interested in studying it. That is because it turns out the ship is not some sort of modern luxury cruise liner or cargo ship. Instead, it was a whaling ship named the Octavius. But there was a catch. The whaling ship wasn't from any modern era. It had actually sailed the seas in the 19th century. Its original name was the Roebuck, but it was later renamed to the Octavius. The ship was built in 1823 in Nantucket, Massachusetts. Its original purpose was to hunt whales off the coast of Greenland and Norway. At the time, whale oil was extremely valuable. It was used for lamps and candles, so it was in high demand. Unfortunately, hunting whales led to the extinction of many species of whales, so whaling ships aren't exactly common nowadays. Anyway, the Octavius was finally retired in 1925 after having sailed the seas for almost a century. The ship was sold to a scrapyard in Norway, but no one knows what happened to it after that. Until now, nobody had ever seen the ship since it was retired. It disappeared without a trace until it was discovered half a century later in 2016. How did it manage to hide for so long? Well, it's believed that it got stuck on a sandbar and then became buried under centuries of sand. But what's so strange about this ship is that it looks like it was abandoned only yesterday. Usually, when ships get buried under sand, They're broken apart by the waves and tides, but this ship appears to be completely intact. There are even wooden barrels still on board, and the deck is free of barnacles and marine life. In fact, everything on the ship is black and white. You wouldn't even think that it's a real ship, but it really is. After conducting several tests on the ship, researchers were able to confirm that it was indeed the Octavius. They took core samples from the ship's hull and sent them off to be analyzed. They found that the wood used to build the ship matched the records of when the ship was originally constructed. It was clear that the ship wasn't some sort of modern vessel that had become lost at sea. This was truly a ghost ship that had been lost for decades. Researchers couldn't believe their luck. It's not every day that someone stumbles across a 19th century ghost ship. They weren't sure what to do with the ship, so they decided to leave it where it was and monitor it closely. They wanted to see if anything interesting would happen. And boy, did something interesting happen. About a year after the ship was discovered, the entire thing started to crumble apart. Researchers were able to document the entire process as the ship broke apart right before their eyes. They had hoped to salvage the ship, but it turned out that it was too dangerous. The ship was literally falling apart, so they had to abandon their efforts. By now, you're probably wondering what happened to the crew of the Octavius. Surely they didn't just leave the ship without saying goodbye. Well, it turns out that they did. But why? The answer will shock you. According to reports, the crew of the Octavius knew that the ship was doomed. It had been trapped in the ice for so long that they realized they wouldn't be able to escape in time. Instead of waiting to be rescued, they decided to abandon ship and head back home. They sent a distress signal to the nearest port, but they never received a response. Either the message never got through, or the crew of the Octavius were simply ignored. By the time help arrived, it was too late. The ship had already been destroyed and the crew was nowhere to be found. To this day, nobody knows what happened to the crew. Some say they were picked up by another ship, while others believe they were stranded on an ice floe and never seen again. But there's one theory that's more popular than the others. Many historians believe that the crew of the Octavius mutinied and killed the captain. Supposedly, the captain was trying to steer the ship out of the ice, but his orders were being ignored. Eventually, the crew got so angry that they tied the captain up and threw him overboard. Whether or not this is true will probably never be known. As for the ship, it continued to drift across the sea until it eventually ran aground. It became buried under centuries of sand, only to be rediscovered half a century later. What secrets could this ship possibly be hiding? We'll never know for sure, but there are a few theories out there. One of the most popular theories is that the ship was carrying a secret cargo of gold. This is based on the fact that the ship was owned by a wealthy businessman who was known for smuggling gold. However, there's no evidence to support this theory. Another theory is that the ship was carrying a dangerous substance that was used in the Civil War. Again, there's no evidence to support this theory. In reality, we may never know what secrets the Octavius is hiding. It's possible that there's nothing on board at all. After all, it was a whaling ship, not a cargo ship. Regardless, the Octavius remains an intriguing mystery. It's a reminder of a time when whaling was a common practice, and ships like the Octavius were used to hunt down and kill these massive creatures. What do you think is hiding on the Octavius? Let us know in the comments below, and don't forget to like and subscribe for more videos like this. Thank you for watching. We'll see you next time. Hey there, welcome back to my channel. On April 24, 1848, the HMS Erebus and HMS Terror left England for what was supposed to be a 2-year voyage to the Pacific Northwest. Their mission was to search for a northwest passage through the Arctic ice. But bad weather and bad decisions would cause them to become trapped in the ice and lost to history. All but 2 of the crew would perish, with only those 2 men surviving the ordeal by eating their way out of the ships through the ice. Everyone assumed that they were the sole survivors until almost 70 years later, when an Italian explorer claimed he had found the ship and the rest of the crew's bodies. With the discovery of the wrecks of the Erebus and the Terror in the 1980s, and evidence that the crew did indeed eat one another, we are left wondering what happened to the Franklin expedition. And are there still ghosts on board? This is the stuff of nightmares. The Franklin expedition. The ghosts that still linger on board. Sir John Franklin was no stranger to the Arctic. He had been part of several expeditions before he took command of the HMS Erebus and HMS Terror in 1848. He was eager to prove himself and his country right. He set sail from England with the 129 men on board, all eager to see the world and hoping to return home with riches beyond their wildest dreams. They sailed through the Bering Strait into the Arctic, where they would become trapped and abandoned by the world. Franklin had studied the area and had charts that showed him a route that would allow him to reach the Pacific Ocean. But the maps were wrong. They were based on old charts that were inaccurate, and the men soon realized that there was no clear path through the Arctic. As the ships pushed north, the temperatures dropped and the ice grew thicker. Soon they were trapped, and the men had nothing to do but wait for the ice to melt and for the sun to return. 1 year passed, and then another year passed. The crew tried everything they could to free the ships from the ice, but it was no use. The men were trapped, and they were slowly starving to death. To make matters worse, the supplies on board were not suitable for long-term survival, and most of the food was spoiled or infested with rodents. As the men became weaker, they began to turn on one another. In the end, only 2 men survived the ordeal. Those 2 men were left with nothing but their wits and a few cans of food. They managed to dig 3 holes in the ice and eventually made it to the surface. They had survived the impossible, but at what cost? When they finally reached the shore, they were too weak to go any further, and they died soon after. The story of the Franklin expedition is one of tragedy and despair. It's a story of men who were trapped in the ice and left to die. It's also a story of cannibalism and survival. The men on board the Erebus and the Terror were desperate. They had no food and they were starving to death. In the end, they turned on one another and ate their way to survival. The wreck of the HMS Erebus was discovered in 1980, and the wreck of the HMS Terror in 2016. Both ships are now protected as National Historic Sites of Canada. The story of the Franklin expedition has been told and retold many times over the years. There have been books, movies, and documentaries made about the tragedy. But what really happened on board the Erebus and the Terror? What caused the ships to become trapped in the ice? And what caused the men to turn on one another and eat their own? One theory is that the crew of the Erebus and Terror became trapped in the ice because of bad weather. The ships were sailing through the Arctic when a sudden storm came out of nowhere. The storm caused the ice to freeze over and the ships were trapped. Another theory is that the crew was trapped because of bad decisions made by the captain. Franklin was an experienced sailor, but he may have been overconfident. He may have thought that he could find a northwest passage through the Arctic, even though it was very unlikely. He may have also been too eager to prove himself and his country right. This eagerness may have caused him to take risks that he should not have taken. Whatever the reason, the crew of the Erebus and Terror were trapped, and they would never leave the Arctic alive. The crew of the Erebus and Terror began to starve after they became trapped in the ice. They had brought food with them on the journey, but it was not enough to sustain them for the long voyage. The food they did have was also not very nutritious, and many of the crew became weak and emaciated. This is when the crew began to turn on one another. They began to eat the bodies of those who had died on board the ships. This is a sad and disturbing part of the Franklin expedition story. The crew had to resort to cannibalism in order to survive. They were desperate, and they were willing to do whatever it took to stay alive. The discovery of the wrecks of the Erebus and the Terror in the 1980s provided some answers about what happened to the Franklin expedition. Archaeologists found evidence that the crew had eaten their way out of the ships. They also found bones that had been stripped and picked clean, which showed that the crew had resorted to cannibalism. The discovery of the ships and the subsequent investigations have shed light on what happened to the Franklin expedition. We now know that the crew was trapped in the ice and that they starved to death. We also know that they resorted to cannibalism in order to survive. The story of the Franklin expedition is a reminder of the unforgiving nature of the Arctic. It's also a reminder of the lengths that people will go to in order to survive. The crew of the Erebus and Terror were brave explorers who ventured into the unknown. They were trapped in the ice and left to die. But they survived as long as they did because of their determination and their will to live. The story of the Franklin expedition has captured the imagination of people around the world. The crew of the Erebus and Terror were real people who went through a horrific ordeal. They were explorers, scientists, and adventurers who were trapped in the ice and left to die. But they survived as long as they did because of their determination and their will to live. Are there ghosts on board? With so much death and suffering, it's hard not to wonder if the spirits of the men who died on board the Erebus and Terror still linger on board the ships. Perhaps their souls are trapped in the ice, unable to move on to the afterlife. Perhaps they are angry and bitter over the way they died. Perhaps they are simply sad and lonely. Some people believe that the ghosts of the Franklin expedition can be seen on the ships today. Some say that they have seen the shadowy figures of the crew members walking the deck of the ships. Others say that they have heard the sound of footsteps and voices coming from the hold of the ships. There are even reports of ghostly sightings on land. Some people say that they have seen the ghost of Franklin himself walking along the shore, searching for a way out of the ice. Whether or not these stories are true, they make for interesting tales and add to the mystery of the Franklin expedition. The discovery of the wrecks of the Erebus and Terror in recent years has led to renewed interest in the Franklin expedition. As more and more people learn about the tragic fate of the crew, they also learn about the possibility that ghosts still linger on board the ships. Perhaps the spirits of the crew are simply looking for peace. Perhaps they are trying to tell us their story so that others can learn from their mistakes. Or perhaps they are simply angry and bitter over the way they died. What do you think? Are there ghosts on board the Erebus and Terror? Let me know in the comments below. And if you like this video, don't forget to check out my others. Thanks for watching. Bye. It is well known that the ocean depths are a very mysterious place. We have only explored less than 5% of it, so it's no surprise that we find many strange things in the sea from time to time. Sometimes they are quite dangerous, like shipwrecks. In today's video, we will be taking a look at some of the most notable shipwrecks that have occurred in the Bermuda Triangle. So, if you are ready, let's dive right in. The disappearance of Flight 19. In December 1945, 5 TBM Avenger torpedo bombers from the United States Navy took off from Fort Lauderdale in Florida. The group of planes was headed towards Bermuda for target practice when they ran into bad weather. They decided to fly back to the base in Florida. This is where things got strange. None of the pilots had flown in these waters before, and despite the fact that they were experienced flyers, none of them could figure out where they were. One by one, each plane began to run out of fuel, and they all went down into the ocean. A search party was sent out after them, but they were unable to find any trace of the planes or the 14 men aboard. Some people say that the men and planes were lost forever in the Bermuda Triangle, but others believe that they were victims of foul play. A lot of people believed that the planes were downed by enemy fire. However, this theory was disproven because there were no enemies anywhere near this area at the time. Others believed that the pilots intentionally crashed their planes. Why would they do this? Because they were tired of being tormented by their commanding officer, Lieutenant Charles Taylor. He was a strict man who often punished his subordinates for small mistakes. Some people even claimed that he was responsible for the disappearance of other planes. Although there is no evidence to support this claim, it has never been ruled out. What do you think happened to Flight 19, the Mary Celeste? On December 5, 1872, the brigantine ship Mary Celeste departed from New York. It was bound for Genoa, Italy. On board were 7 crew members plus their families. Captain Benjamin Briggs was in charge of the vessel. He was an experienced captain who knew these waters like the back of his hand. So when the ship suddenly appeared to be abandoned, it was quite a shock. When the ship was found, all of the cargo was still on board, and there was food prepared for the next day in the galley. All of the personal belongings of the crew and their families were also there. Nothing was out of place. It was almost as if they had just vanished into thin air. The first mate's coat was lying on the settee in the cabin with the sleeves neatly folded down, as if he had just stepped away for a moment. There was no sign of a struggle. Nobody panicked or ran away. All of the passengers and crew seemed to have disappeared without a trace. One theory about what could have happened to the people on the Mary Celeste was that they were attacked by pirates. However, this is unlikely because there were no signs of looting. All of their possessions were still there. Another theory is that the entire crew deserted the ship. But again, there is no evidence to support this claim. The ship had plenty of food and water, and there was no reason for the crew to abandon it. Even though this mystery remains unsolved, we can agree that something strange was definitely going on. The Cyclops. The steamer ship named Cyclops left Rio de Janeiro on November 1909. It was supposed to arrive in Salvador 2 days later. The ship was carrying a load of manganese ore. It was also full of people, 341 passengers and crew. It was scheduled to make one stop during its journey, but when it didn't arrive at its final destination, people began to get worried. The ship was overdue by 3 days. When the Navy was alerted, they sent the captain of the nearby ship, Captain W.J. Williams, to investigate. When he arrived at the spot where the Cyclops should have been, he saw a trail of oil slicks stretching as far as he could see. The oil slicks were around 75 miles long, but there was no sign of the ship itself. An aerial search was conducted, but nothing was found. There was no sign of the ship or its passengers and crew. The Cyclops was declared lost with all hands. The cause of the sinking is unknown, but it is believed that the ship may have struck a sandbar and then split open. The Titan. The Titan was built in 1911. It was a large ship that could carry up to 3,000 passengers. It was considered to be unsinkable. The ship made its first voyage from England to New York in April 1912. Everything was going well until April 15th, when the Titan collided with an iceberg. The ship began to sink, but the crew did everything they could to keep the passengers safe. Lifeboats were launched into the water. Passengers were loaded onto them and the crew rowed them away from the sinking ship. Many passengers survived, but more than 1,500 people did not. The Titan was one of the deadliest disasters in history. It led to many changes in maritime safety regulations. After the sinking, people became more aware of how important it was to have enough lifeboats for everyone on board. The captain of the Titan, Edward John Smith, was widely criticized for his actions leading up to the disaster. It is believed that he could have avoided the iceberg, but he didn't. The Vestris. The Vestris was a cargo ship that sank in 1928. It was carrying a load of coal from Norfolk to Boston. The ship was old and in poor condition, but it was still seaworthy. On October 25th, the ship sailed from Norfolk. There were 85 people on board. The ship was tossed around in the storm and waves began to break over the deck. The ship began to list to one side and people started to panic. The captain tried to keep the ship afloat, but it was no use. The Vestra was sinking. People started to abandon ship. Lifeboats were launched and people were rescued. However, 64 people did not make it, and the Vestra was one of the deadliest disasters in the history of commercial shipping. The Kyo. The Kyo was a Japanese tanker that sank in 1968. It was carrying a load of kerosene from Venezuela to Japan. The ship was brand new and in excellent condition. On January 19th, the ship left Venezuela. There were 27 people on board. The ship was sailing through the Caribbean when it ran into a tropical storm. The storm tossed the ship around and waves began to break over the deck. The ship began to take on water and people started to panic. The captain tried to contact the Coast Guard, but there was no answer. The Kiyotaka was sinking. People started to abandon ship and lifeboats were launched. 19 people were rescued, but 8 people did not make it. Do you know of any other shipwrecks that should be on this list? If so, feel free to comment them down below. Also, if you enjoyed this video, please like and subscribe. Thanks for watching. On July 26, 1956, two luxury liners collided off the coast of Italy, killing 46 people. The Andrea Doria was one of the largest and most luxurious ships of its time. But what caused this deadly wreck? Hi, everyone. Welcome to this channel, where we bring you new maritime disasters each week. Today, we will be talking about the sinking of the Andrea Doria. Make sure to stay until the end of the video to hear some crazy survivor stories. On July 25, 1956, the Swedish-owned Italian liner Andrea Doria left Genoa, Italy, bound for New York City with 1,709 people on board, including 535 crew members. Her captain was 64-year-old Angelo Vanelli, who had been with the company for 42 years, rising from a cabin boy to captain. He had previously captained the sister ship of the Andrea Doria, the Sister, and together they had crossed the Atlantic over 70 times without incident. Due to recent engine trouble, the Andrea Doria was running almost a day behind schedule. That same day, the Andrea Doria received a weather report stating that there were storms in the area. So Captain Vanelli decided to take a southern route, avoiding the bad weather. As darkness began to fall, visibility dropped due to rain and fog, making it difficult to navigate. The Andrea Doria had seen some pretty rough seas that evening, but nothing too problematic. At 10:30 p.m., lookout Benedetto Gotti spotted some lights in the distance, estimated to be about 8 miles away. Soon enough, Captain Benelli saw them as well. Due to the poor visibility, he couldn't tell if they were stationary or moving. The ship continued on its course. At 10:55 p.m., an automatic alarm sounded in the engine room indicating that the ship had struck something. Captain Vanelli rushed to the bridge and ordered the engines to be stopped and reversed. Unfortunately, the ship had sustained a massive gash along its starboard side, and water was quickly pouring into the ship. The damage was extensive and would eventually consist of 8 separate holes along the side of the ship, causing a total of 17 compartments to flood. This was much worse than first anticipated, and soon the pumps could not keep up with the flooding. It was clear to the crew at this point that the Andrea Doria would sink. But what caused this massive damage? Well, so far, we don't know exactly what happened. There is some debate on whether the Andrea Doria was hit by a rogue wave, or if it ran bottom first into a hidden piece of debris. Either way, the damage was done, and now the crew needed to get the passengers into lifeboats. An emergency message was sent out, and within minutes, all available lifeboats were launched. All the passengers were put into life jackets and life rafts. Unfortunately, most of the life jackets did not have lights on them, which made it more difficult to see them in the dark. As the ship began to list, many passengers were unable to put on their life jackets properly, making it even more difficult to evacuate. One of the most harrowing accounts comes from a woman named Helen Viola. She was in bed when she heard a loud crash. Helen immediately went to the window to see what had happened. The water was very close to her window. In fact, it was inside her room. Helen screamed for help, but no one was there to assist her. She managed to make it onto the deck and into a lifeboat just before her cabin filled with water. Another passenger, John Stratton, was asleep in his cabin when the ship hit the object. He was thrown out of bed and injured his leg. John managed to make it onto the deck and waited for rescue. He ended up waiting a full 12 hours. Luckily, he survived, but many others did not. All 4 lifeboats were full within 15 minutes of being launched, but that still wasn't enough. Many people were forced to cling onto the wreckage of the Andrea Doria throughout the night. They watched as the lifeboats came and went, filling up on people. As the sun began to rise, the survivors started to dwindle. Of the 1,700 people on board the Andrea Doria, 46 were killed. There were 30 women, 12 children, and 4 men. At least 127 people suffered injuries of some kind. Of those, 73 were hospitalized. After the disaster, the captain was heavily criticized for having his ship sail in such dangerous conditions. However, investigations found that this was not his fault. The captain had made a conscious decision to avoid the storm, which had been reported earlier that day. And who could blame him for that? weather reports can be wrong. And B, so then how did the Andrea Doria sink? Well, there are multiple theories. One theory is that the Andrea Doria was hit by a rogue wave. Rogue waves are rare, unpredictable, ocean-going waves that are 3 times larger than the significant wave height of the surrounding waves. They can appear suddenly and cause massive damage. We know that the Andrea Doria saw some large waves that evening, so it's possible that one of these waves hit the ship. However, there is another theory. Some believe that the Andrea Doria actually rammed bottom first into a hidden piece of debris. Now, this may sound far-fetched, but it is possible. If a piece of floating debris was in the water, the Andrea Doria could have sucked it in. This would have created a large hole below the waterline, allowing water to pour in. This would explain why the ship sank so quickly. It's also interesting to note that the captain had previously spoken of a similar disaster. He once said, quote, "I am always afraid that a rogue wave will strike us. It can happen in a minute and without any warning. The ship may rise up, hit bottom first against the crest of the wave, and like a rowboat dash under the water. That's the only thing I fear." Unfortunate for him, his fears became a reality. The captain, along with many others, never found out what really happened. After the sinking, the captain was charged with acting too late and was fined. However, the charges were later dropped. He died in 1961, never finding out what truly sank his ship. Following the sinking of the Andrea Doria, major changes were made to maritime law and safety procedures. These included requirements for ships to carry enough lifeboats and life jackets for everyone on board, improved weather reporting and tracking systems, and stricter rules for ship construction. But what happened to the Andrea Doria's lifeboats? Well, some of them were recovered, but others weren't so lucky. One of the lifeboats, number 12, washed up on the coast of Nantucket, Massachusetts. The town decided not to dispose of it, but rather made it into a memorial to the victims of the shipwreck. To this day, it stands on the beach as a reminder of the tragedy. Another lifeboat was found on the shores of Cape Cod. It had traveled over 200 miles overnight and ended up on the beach fully intact. A Coast Guardsman named Paul Anderson swam out to the lifeboat and cut it free from the beach so that it could be returned to the sea. He believed that it should be returned to the ocean so that it could potentially save other lives. However, the lifeboat was later scrapped. One of the most bizarre stories following the sinking came from passengers on the Stockholm, which had been traveling in the opposite direction. They claimed that they saw rockets streaking across the sky just before midnight. Many assumed that they were fireworks, but what if they were something else? Some believed that these rockets were actually missiles that sank the Andrea Doria. This conspiracy theory was further fueled by the secrecy surrounding the disaster. For weeks, the U.S. government refused to release information about the accident, leading many to believe that there was more to the story than they were being told. This led to speculation that the ship had been intentionally destroyed. In the decades since the sinking, several books and documentaries have been produced about the disaster. Despite this, the true cause of the sinking remains a mystery. What do you think caused the sinking of the Andrea Doria? Let me know in the comments below. Also, if you enjoyed this video, please leave a like as it helps the channel tremendously. Thank you all so much for watching. Until next time, stay safe, and we'll see you then. When we think of the RMS Titanic, we often think about a doomed ship with an unfortunate end that sank in the icy waters of the North Atlantic. But there is still so much about this famous ship that we don't know. What did passengers do while they waited for rescue? How did those same passengers spend their days on board? And what was it like to survive the sinking of the ship? While we may never have all the answers, here are 10 things the Titanic still won't tell us. Number 10. Did a lifeboat exist before the Titanic sank? The fact that more than 1,500 people died aboard the Titanic had many people wondering why no lifeboats were around to save the people on board. In the time that the ship sank, there were not many lifeboats available. There were some in major cities, but these boats were typically reserved for people who fell into the water or for ships that ran aground. At the time, The sea was thought to be so large and so wild that no one believed a ship would sink and need help. It wasn't until after the Titanic sank that lifeboats began being used for ships that were in danger of sinking. It has been said that a lifeboat was scheduled for the same day the Titanic sank, but the captain canceled it for unknown reasons. If this is true, it might have saved many of the people on board. But we may never know if this story is true or not. Number 9. How much money was spent to recover items from the ship? After the Titanic sank, salvage companies started looking for items that could be recovered from the wreck. This included things like lifeboats and other objects that could help the people survive in the ocean. But it also included items from the Titanic that could be sold for profit. Some believe that over $2 million worth of items have been stolen from the Titanic. That's around $6 million today. These items range from small personal belongings to larger items like the ship's bell. Of course, not everyone who took these items intended to steal them. At first, people simply took what they needed to survive. But eventually, people started taking items that didn't belong to them. It's hard to say how much money has been spent trying to find items from the Titanic, but it's safe to say that millions of dollars have been spent searching for and stealing items from the wreck. Number 8. Who was behind the construction of the ship? When the Titanic was built, it was one of the largest and most luxurious ships ever created. Many people marveled at the size and beauty of the ship when it was completed, but few knew who was behind its creation. The Titanic was built by a company called Harland and Wolff. This company was founded by two brothers named Edward and Gustavus. They had a vision of creating the largest and most luxurious ships in the world. They poured all of their energy and resources into making this dream a reality. Their hard work paid off when they successfully built the Titanic. Unfortunately, the Titanic sank before it even made it to its destination. This caused Harland and Wolff to lose a lot of money and reputation. As a result, they were forced to close their doors. While we may never know what happened to the company, we can be grateful for their contributions to shipbuilding. Without their hard work and dedication, we may never have seen the Titanic. 7. Why did the crew become violent during the evacuation? The sinking of the Titanic was a tragedy that resulted in the loss of many lives. As the ship began to sink, the crew started to panic. This caused them to become violent and lash out at the passengers. Many passengers were injured or even killed by the crew. This is not surprising when you consider the immense pressure and stress that the crew was under. They had just witnessed their ship sink, and they were now in danger of losing their lives. It's natural to feel fear and anxiety in this situation. However, it's not usually accompanied by violence. In some cases, the crew became so violent that they started attacking passengers. This included hitting, punching, and even shooting at them. It's unclear what motivated the crew to act in this way. Perhaps they were simply overwhelmed by the situation. Or perhaps they knew that the ship was doomed and they were angry at the passengers for being on board. Whatever the case may be, the crew's behavior was uncalled for and inexcusable. No. 6. Why did the lookout fail to spot the iceberg? One of the most important jobs on any ship is the lookout. Lookouts are responsible for keeping an eye out for potential hazards such as icebergs or rocks. If a lookout spots a hazard in time, the captain can take evasive action to avoid a collision. Unfortunately, the lookouts on the Titanic failed to spot the iceberg that eventually sank the ship. This was a costly mistake that resulted in the loss of many lives. So, why did the lookouts fail to spot the iceberg? It's possible that they were simply not paying attention. Perhaps they were distracted by something else, or they were just tired. It's also possible that the lookouts were not properly trained or equipped to do their job. Whatever the case may be, the lookout's failure to spot the iceberg was a major contributing factor in the sinking of the Titanic. Number 5. Where was the closest lifeboat when the Titanic sank? The sinking of the Titanic was a tragedy that claimed the lives of more than 1,500 people. One of the most heartbreaking aspects of the story is that the closest lifeboat was only about 20 miles away. However, for some reason, the lifeboat did not come to the rescue. This raises the question, Where was the closest lifeboat when the Titanic sank, and why didn't it come to the rescue? According to reports, the closest lifeboat was in the nearby town of Cape Race. However, the lifeboat did not come to the rescue for reasons that are not entirely clear. It's possible that the lifeboat crew did not realize that the Titanic was in distress, or they may have assumed that the ship had enough lifeboats for everyone on board. Whatever the reason, the decision not to come to the rescue likely contributed to the high death toll. Number 4. Why was there only one lifeboat on the ship? Lifeboats are an essential part of any ship's safety equipment. They provide a means of escape in the event of a disaster. However, the Titanic only had one lifeboat, which was a major factor in the high death toll. Why did the Titanic only have one lifeboat? It's possible that the crew believed that the ship was not in danger of sinking. After all, the Titanic was considered to be unsinkable. Additionally, the crew may have assumed that the passengers would be able to evacuate the ship quickly enough that lifeboats would not be necessary. Whatever the reason, the lack of lifeboats on the Titanic contributed to the high death toll. Number 3. What did passengers do for fun on board the ship? The Titanic was designed to be the epitome of luxury travel. It featured a swimming pool, gymnasium, library, and even a Turkish bath. However, few people know what activities passengers enjoyed on board the ship. What did passengers do for fun on board the Titanic? It's likely that passengers enjoyed a variety of activities on board the ship. In addition to the luxurious amenities, the Titanic also offered regular entertainment such as live music and dancing. Passengers could also socialize and dine together in the ship's restaurants and bars. Additionally, there were plenty of opportunities for relaxation, such as sunbathing on the deck or getting a massage at the spa. All in all, passengers had a wide variety of activities to choose from when it came to having fun on board the Titanic. 2. How did passengers spend their days on the ship? The Titanic was a luxury liner that was meant to transport passengers in style. It featured opulent cabins, delicious food, and plenty of space to relax. But what did passengers actually do during their days on board? While we may never know exactly how every passenger spent their time, we can make some educated guesses based on the activities that were available to them. For example, many passengers likely spent their days lounging in the ship's many lounges and smoking rooms, while others may have taken advantage of the gym and swimming pool. Some may have enjoyed the ship's library or attended one of the lectures given by the ship's staff. With so much to do on board, it's safe to say that the passengers of the Titanic were never bored. Number 1. What was it like to survive the sinking of the ship? The sinking of the Titanic was a devastating tragedy that resulted in the loss of many lives. But for those who survived, it was an experience that they would never forget. We may never know exactly what it was like to survive the sinking of the ship, but we can get a sense from the accounts of those who lived through it. Many survivors described the experience as terrifying and traumatic. They recalled the feeling of the ship suddenly dropping in the water, the chaos that ensued, and the struggle to stay afloat in the freezing temperatures. Some survivors also talked about the psychological toll that the experience took on them. They suffered from nightmares, flashbacks, and anxiety for years after the sinking. It's clear that surviving the sinking of the Titanic was an incredibly difficult experience. Well, folks, that's all for this video. But before you go, I want to hear from you. Which of these Titanic secrets surprised you the most? Let me know in the comments below. And while you're down there, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more videos like this. Thanks for watching. A rare glimpse into an underwater world can be seen through the discovery of a shipwreck. The reason being that ships are not only fascinating to look at, but they also have secrets that are worth more than gold. They conceal tales of daring adventures, lost civilizations, and even the lives of those who were around during their time. In this light, we want to discuss one of the most valuable shipwrecks in the world, which is so expensive that it has a price tag of $600 million. Before we get into the details, be sure to stay tuned for more updates. Welcome to our channel. Let's begin with today's video. The Black Swan Treasure Ship. It was the year 1502, when a Spanish galleon carrying vast amounts of gold, silver, emeralds, and other treasures sank off the coast of modern-day Panama, taking with it around 300 souls to their watery graves. What was the name of this treasure ship? Black Swan. And now, about 500 years later, its remains lie scattered along the seabed near the Caribbean nation of San Blas, holding secrets that are just beginning to be uncovered. Rumors about the wreck of the Black Swan galleon circulated among treasure hunters for centuries, until recently when efforts were made to locate the ship. According to historians, the galleon ran into a storm while attempting to sail from Spain to the port city of Portobello in Panama. After the wreck, the stories of the galleon and its riches became part of local folklore, capturing the imagination of people around the world. It was decided by Colombian maritime archaeologist Rodrigo Entfernung that he would embark on a mission to find the long-lost galleon. He received financial assistance from a group of investors for his search. In order to find the ship, Entfernung and his team scanned the seafloor using high-tech equipment. Their search was aided by the fact that they had an idea of where to look because the galleon was thought to have sunk in an area known as the Graveyard of the Caribbean due to dangerous rocks and reefs. After weeks of searching, Entfernung and his team discovered the wreckage of a galleon that matched the description of the Black Swan. To confirm their discovery, they used sonar and remote-operated vehicles equipped with cameras to explore the site. The discovery was confirmed when the team came across pieces of the ship's hull bearing the royal coat of arms of Spain. This suggested that the wreck was the long-lost galleon that everyone was looking for. But that wasn't the end of it. Because after the confirmation, Entfernung and his team embarked on a second mission, which was funded by an American billionaire. They returned to the Black Swan site and recovered artifacts such as jewelry, coins, and pieces of eight, all of which are worth millions of dollars. In an interview, Entfernung spoke about the significance of finding the Black Swan and said that he believes the ship may hold more secrets that could rewrite history books. He further stated, "This is a very important moment in the history of the Caribbean. For me, it's like finding Amelia Earhart's plane or discovering Elvis Presley's tomb." He also shared that he believes the ship may still hold more secrets that could rewrite history books. With over 300 people having perished in the sinking of the Black Swan, Entfernung believes the site may also hold human remains, which would provide insight into the lives of those who lived during that era. He went on to say that the items they found are not just material possessions, but rather tangible links to the past that can teach us about the beliefs, customs, and way of life of the people who lived during the 16th century. However, despite the excitement surrounding the discovery of the Black Swan, there is a darker side to the story. You see, the Spanish colonial government had a monopoly on trade between Spain and the Americas. However, illegal trade routes known as the Manila galleons were established to circumvent this monopoly and smuggle goods such as silk, spices, and porcelain from China to Mexico. The Black Swan was one of the galleons used in this trade route. The galleon's cargo was not only valuable but also highly sought after by pirates and privateers who operated in the Caribbean. Privateers were individuals who were granted permission by a government to plunder ships and their cargo. They operated in a legal gray area, often receiving letters of marque that authorized them to attack enemy ships during wartime. But sometimes they engage in piracy as well. One such privateer was Sir Francis Drake, an English explorer and privateer who sailed to the Americas in the 16th century. He attacked and plundered Spanish settlements including Panama City, sacking churches and seizing gold and silver bars. Drake and his crew were also known to have targeted Manila galleons, seizing their valuable cargo and leaving the sailors to fend for themselves. In fact, it is believed that the sack of Lima in 1574, one of the largest and most destructive raids in history, resulted in the loss of a Manila galleon laden with treasure. The galleon was sailing from Mexico to Panama when it was intercepted by a fleet of English ships led by Sir Francis Drake. The galleon's cargo, which included gold, silver, and emeralds, was seized and the crew was massacred. The Black Swan was not the only galleon to fall victim to such attacks. In 1566, the Santa Maria de la Victoria, a Spanish galleon that had set sail from Peru with a massive load of silver, was wrecked near the Cayman Islands during a storm. The galleon was attacked by English buccaneers who killed many of the crew and stole the silver. Only 12 survivors of the attack reached land alive. Such incidents highlight the dangers faced by sailors and the value of their cargo during the age of exploration. It was not uncommon for ships to be attacked by pirates and privateers, and the loss of a vessel could mean the loss of valuable goods and lives. The discovery of the Black Swan wreck is a reminder of the rich history of exploration and trade that took place in the Caribbean during the 16th century. It is also a testament to the skill and bravery of the explorers and traders who risked their lives to uncover new trade routes and bring back valuable goods to Europe. However, it is important to remember that behind the riches and treasures that these ships carried, there was a darker side. The illicit nature of the trade, the attacks by pirates and privateers, and the loss of life that occurred during such incidents were all part of a larger system of exploitation and violence that characterized the age of exploration. As we continue to explore and uncover the mysteries of the deep, it is important to remember the stories of those who came before us and the impact they had on the world we live in today. The discovery of the Black Swan wreck is a reminder of the rich history of exploration and trade that took place in the Caribbean during the 16th century. It is also a testament to the skill and bravery of the explorers and traders who risked their lives to uncover new trade routes and bring back valuable goods to Europe. The Black Swan galleon, which sank off the coast of Panama in 1502, was a vessel that played a significant role in the illicit trade between Asia and the Americas. Despite its importance, the galleon remained lost to history for centuries until its discovery in recent times. The discovery of the galleon's wreck has provided a unique opportunity to learn about the history of the Caribbean and the lives of those who lived during the 16th century. The artifacts found on board the ship have shed light on the beliefs, customs, and way of life of the people who lived during that time. However, the story of the Black Swan is not just about the discovery of a lost galleon. It also raises questions about the ethics of salvaging underwater wrecks and the rights of those who may have perished in the sinking of the ship. Some argue that salvaging underwater wrecks is a form of looting, and that the artifacts found should be left in their final resting place. Others argue that the artifacts should be recovered and preserved in museums for future generations to enjoy. As we continue to explore and uncover the mysteries of the deep, it is important to remember the stories of those who came before us and the impact they had on the world we live in today. The discovery of the Black Swan wreck is a reminder of the rich history of exploration and trade that took place in the Caribbean during the 16th century. It is also a testament to the skill and bravery of the explorers and traders who risked their lives to uncover new trade routes and bring back valuable goods to Europe. That's all for today's video. We hope you enjoyed learning about the Black Swan treasure ship. If you like this video, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing videos like this. Thank you for watching. Hey, everyone. A massive royal warship that was never used by the Swedish Navy sank in 1628 during its launching ceremony. This ship, which was meant to be the pride of the Swedish Navy, instead became its worst nightmare. The shipwreck has been described as one of the most expensive maritime disasters in history. The wreck had an estimated worth of over $3 billion in today's money, and this is all before it even set sail for the first time. If you want to find out more about this insane shipwreck, stay tuned for our videos till the end. Let's take a look at what made this ship so special, how it sank, and what happened to the people on board. The Vasa was designed by a shipbuilder named Henrik Hubertsson, and its construction began in 1626. The king at the time, Gustavus Adolphus, wanted to build a new warship that would symbolize the power and strength of the Swedish Navy. He had previously won several battles against the Danes, but he knew that there may be an upcoming war with the Russian Empire. So he wanted his ships to make sure he would win any upcoming conflicts. When the ship was being built, it was clear to everyone who saw it that the Vasa was going to be a magnificent vessel. It was beautifully crafted with intricate details and carvings on its hull. There were also decorative masts and yards that were designed to be as tall as a church tower. At the time, ships weren't just used for transportation, but they were often symbols of a country's wealth and power. The shipbuilders went overboard when designing the Vasa. They built it to be longer and wider than any other ship in the Swedish Navy at the time, but this would eventually lead to its downfall. In the early 17th century, when the Vasa was being built, shipbuilding technology was still quite primitive. Shipbuilders relied on trial and error to determine the stability and seaworthiness of their vessels. They didn't have advanced tools or computer-aided design programs to help them make accurate calculations. Instead, they would build a model of the ship and then test it in a pool to see how stable it was. The Vasa was supposed to be tested in a small lake near the shipyard, but the ice prevented this from happening. So the shipbuilders only had one chance to get it right. Unfortunately, they didn't. The Vasa's builders made a fatal mistake when they designed the ship. They didn't take into account the length and width of the vessel when calculating its stability. The ship was too top-heavy and not stable enough to handle the rough waters of the Baltic Sea. On August 10, 1628, the day of the launch was bright and sunny. Thousands of people gathered on the shore to watch the launching of the new warship. King Gustavus Adolphus was there with his court, along with many members of the nobility. Everyone was excited to see the magnificent Vasa finally in the water. As the ship was being rolled out of the shipyard and onto the ways, the crowd cheered, but their cheers quickly turned to gasps and screams when the ship began to list to one side. The Vasa was too top-heavy and it started to fall over. People ran for cover as the massive vessel crashed into the shore, spilling gunpowder into the air. It seemed like the ship was doomed from the start. Even though the launch went wrong, the king still decided to sail the Vasa out into the harbor. He wanted to show the people of Stockholm that everything was fine and that the ship could still be saved. But this decision would prove to be fatal. As the Vasa sailed out of the harbor, the wind and waves began to pick up. The ship was already unstable, but now it was being tossed around like a toy boat in a storm. People on the shore watched in horror as the Vasa took on water and began to sink. There were between 25 and 30 ships that were docked nearby. So many people were able to escape the sinking vessel and jump onto one of the other boats. But the lifeboats were unable to save everyone. Many people, including the king's son, Prince Charles Philip, perished in the disaster. According to some sources, around 30 to 40 people died in the Vasa disaster, while others say that as many as 700 people drowned. Some historians believe that the lower estimate is more accurate, but we'll never know for sure how many people died that day. After the Vasa sank, it was salvaged and raised to the surface. The wreck was so badly damaged that it was never repaired and it remains in the port of Stockholm to this day. You can actually visit the ship and see it for yourself. The Vasa Museum was opened in 1988, and it's one of the most popular tourist attractions in Sweden. The story of the Vasa has been told and retold many times in books, films, and TV shows. In fact, there's even a modern rock band called the Vasas that sing songs about the legendary ship. After the disaster, the Swedish government took steps to prevent another catastrophe like it from happening again. They built new and improved ships that were more stable and seaworthy. They also created new laws and regulations for shipbuilding and launched a series of investigations into the disaster. One of the main findings of the investigation was that the Vasa was simply too top-heavy to be stable. The ship had been overloaded with cannons and other equipment that made it difficult to maneuver. In addition, the ship's designers had not taken into account the effects of wind on the vessel. This was a major factor in the sinking of the ship because once the Vasa started to list to one side, the wind filled the sails and pushed the ship over. Another contributing factor to the sinking of the Vasa was the lack of lifeboats. At the time, there were very few lifeboats available and they were not equipped to handle a disaster of this magnitude. As a result, many people who were on the Vasa at the time of the sinking lost their lives. In the aftermath of the disaster, the Swedish government took steps to improve safety measures on ships. They mandated that all ships be built with more sturdy hulls that were less likely to sink. They also created new lifeboat regulations and established a system for training sailors in the event of a shipwreck. These changes helped to prevent another disaster like the sinking of the Vasa from happening again. The sinking of the Vasa had a profound impact on the people of Sweden. The loss of life was devastating, and the country's economy was severely impacted by the loss of the ship. However, the disaster also had a positive impact in some ways. It led to major improvements in shipbuilding and safety measures, which helped to ensure that Sweden's navy would be better prepared for any future conflicts. Today, the Vasa is remembered as one of the worst maritime disasters in history. It serves as a reminder of the dangers of overconfidence and the importance of taking safety measures seriously. The ship is also celebrated as a symbol of Swedish ingenuity and resilience in the face of disaster. The Vasa Museum in Stockholm is dedicated to preserving the memory of the ship and the people who died in the disaster. It's a popular tourist destination where people from all over the world come to learn about this important part of Swedish history. Let us know in the comments below if you would like to visit the Vasa. If you enjoyed the video, please leave us a like. Thank you for watching. We hope you learned something new, and we'll see you next time. Did you know that there are more than 500 ghost ships that have vanished without a trace? These abandoned vessels are left to wander the oceans, frozen in time with no crew on board. But what happened to them? Some were lost in treacherous waters, while others met a more sinister fate. Today, we will talk about one of these mysterious ships, the USS Cyclops. The story of this ship is truly bizarre. It was a U.S. Navy collier that mysteriously disappeared with 306 crew members on board in March 1918. And to this day, no one knows what happened to it. This mystery has been the subject of many theories, but none have been proven. There are also some reports that suggest that the ship may have been the inspiration for a famous horror movie. Keep watching if you want to find out more. The ship's final voyage. The Cyclops was a large collier, a type of ship that is used to transport coal. It was launched in 1909 and was 401 feet long. The ship was considered to be quite fast for its size and could carry a large amount of cargo. At the time of its disappearance, it was under the command of Captain Walter Worley. He was a veteran sailor with a lot of experience, but despite his experience, he would never be seen again. On February 25, 1918, the Cyclops left Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, for Salvador. The ship was carrying a cargo of manganese ore, which is a type of rock that is used to make steel. It was also carrying a number of naval personnel, including 304 enlisted men and 2 civilian contractors. The ship was expected to arrive in Salvador on March 4th, but it never did. When the Cyclops did not arrive at its destination, the Navy began to investigate. They sent out a search party, but they found no sign of the ship. They did, however, find some debris that appeared to be from the Cyclops. This included lifeboat rings and a hat that belonged to one of the crew members. But even this evidence was not enough to determine what had happened to the ship. There are a few theories about what happened to the Cyclops. The most popular theory is that the ship sank because of bad weather. At the time of the Cyclops' disappearance, there was a tropical storm in the area. It is possible that the ship ran into trouble because of the storm. However, this theory is not supported by any evidence. If the ship had sunk because of bad weather, there would have been lifeboats or other signs of a struggle. None were found. Another popular theory is that the ship was attacked by German forces. At the time, the United States was involved in World War I, and Germany had a strong navy. It is possible that the Cyclops was attacked by German forces, but there is no evidence to support this theory either. If the ship had been attacked, there would have been more debris or signs of a battle. None were found. A third theory is that the ship was lost because of a navigational error. It is possible that the crew became disoriented and sailed the ship into dangerous waters. However, this theory is also not supported by any evidence. If the crew had made a navigational error, there would have been lifeboats or other signs of distress. None were found. What makes this case so interesting is that there is no evidence to support any of these theories. There is no evidence that the ship sank because of bad weather, was attacked, or was lost because of a navigational error. This means that we may never know what happened to the Cyclops. Some people believe that the Cyclops was the inspiration for the movie The Perfect Storm. The movie is based on the story of a fictional ship that is lost at sea during a perfect storm. While the movie is not based on the Cyclops, it is possible that the filmmakers were inspired by the ship's disappearance when they wrote the script. Could you survive an incident like this? In the event of a maritime disaster, your survival will depend on your ability to make quick decisions. You need to be aware of your surroundings and be prepared to take action. Of course, ideally, you don't want to find yourself in this situation, but maritime disasters can strike without warning, and in some cases, the only way to survive is to make a daring escape. In an earlier video, we talked about the Costa Concordia, a luxury cruise ship that sank off the coast of Italy in 2012. Out of the 4,000 passengers and crew on board, nobody died, but several people did get injured. In this case, a lifeboat was not necessary, but if you were in a different situation, it could mean the difference between life and death. A lifeboat is basically a floating device that can be used to rescue people from a sinking ship. They come in all shapes and sizes, but they all have one common goal: to save lives. One of the most important things to remember when using a lifeboat is to stay calm. Panicking will only make the situation worse and could put you in danger. Take a deep breath and assess the situation. Then follow the instructions of the lifeboat operator. If you are in the water, try to keep your head above the water and your mouth shut. This will help to conserve your energy and prevent water from entering your body. If you are on a sinking ship, do your best to stay on board until the very end. Only abandon ship if there is no hope of rescue. If you are lucky enough to be rescued, you will need to receive medical attention. Even if you don't feel injured, it's important to get checked out. You may have injuries that you are not aware of. Do you think the Cyclops was the inspiration for the perfect storm? Let us know in the comments below. And if you enjoyed this video, be sure to check out our other videos about mysterious disappearances. We have a playlist of videos that you can watch here. Thanks for watching. What would you do if you were trapped on a sinking ship? What's the craziest maritime mystery you've ever heard of? Let us know in the comments below. And if you enjoyed this video, be sure to check out our other videos about maritime mysteries. We have a playlist of videos that you can watch here. Be sure to subscribe if you haven't already. And if you enjoyed this video, be sure to check out our other videos about maritime mysteries. We have a playlist of videos that you can watch here. Thanks for watching. On New Year's Eve of 1872, the schooner Mary Celeste was found floating off the Azores Islands in the Atlantic Ocean. Her sails were set, her anchor was up, and she was filled to the brim with 1,700 empty barrels of industrial alcohol. But there was no sign of her crew anywhere. And when the ship was finally brought back to port, it became clear that the entire crew had vanished without a trace. And as creepy as that is, that's only the start of this mystery, because what happened next will send shivers down your spine. But before we dive into this eerie tale, make sure you hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on any more scary stories. Also, stick around until the end of the video for a special message from me. So let's get to the story. The schooner Mary Celeste was launched in 1861 and was named after the captain's daughter. She was well liked by all who sailed with her and had an excellent reputation as a cargo ship. In October of 1872, the Mary Celeste set sail from New York City with a full cargo of industrial alcohol bound for Genoa, Italy. And despite being fully laden, the ship got to her destination in just 14 days. That is pretty impressive considering that at the time it usually took about 6 weeks to cross the ocean, and even though the trip had been short, the Mary Celeste needed to make a stop in the Azores Islands to take on some water before continuing on to Gibraltar. This was a strategic move since they were low on fresh water and needed to be cautious about how much they used while they were at sea. Unfortunately, Captain Benjamin Briggs and his 7 crew members never made it to Gibraltar. On December, the Mary Celeste was found by the captain of the nearby ship, the captain of the Rachel, and he immediately noticed something was wrong. The ship looked abandoned. There was no one at the helm, and the sails were set as if the crew had prepared for rough weather. When he went aboard, he discovered that the cabin door was locked from the inside. When the captain finally broke in, he found that the ship's chronometer had stopped running. The ship's bell was missing, and there was a heavy iron pot sitting in the doorway of the cabin as if someone had barricaded themselves inside. He also noticed some shavings from the cabin table, but there were no signs of any recent meals or dishes in the galley, which was strange since the captain knew that the crew had eaten well on the journey over. He found the ship's cat curled up in the corner of the room, and the captain assumed that the men had left the ship for some reason, and then the cat had snuck back in and gotten stuck. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite that simple. As the days passed and nobody heard from the Mary Celeste or her crew, the Rachel's captain began to suspect that something terrible had happened. He turned the Mary Celeste around and headed back towards New York, where the ship had sailed from, hoping to find some answers there. When the ship arrived in New York, the Mary Celeste was seized by the sheriff and an investigation into the whereabouts of the missing crew began. What they found was even stranger than the locked cabin. The barrels of alcohol were still on board and unopened, suggesting that the crew hadn't planned to abandon ship. And all of the crew's personal belongings were still there too, including their coats, hats, and shoes. And not only that, but the ship's log suggested that everything was fine on board. In fact, the last entry in the log was made on November, and it simply said, "Fine and fresh breezes." To make matters even weirder, the ship's lifeboat was missing, but it didn't seem like the crew had tried to use it. It was almost as if they had simply disappeared. The local newspaper got involved and offered a reward for any information regarding the missing crew, but no one came forward with any solid leads. Theories started to emerge about what could have happened to them. Perhaps they'd been attacked by pirates or caught up in a sudden squall and sent to the bottom of the ocean. Maybe they had revolted against the captain, or perhaps some sort of disease had swept through the ship and wiped out the entire crew. Everyone wanted a definitive answer, but unfortunately, none of those theories could be proven. And the mystery of the missing crew deepened. More than a century later, the Mary Celeste still hasn't given up her secrets, but that hasn't stopped people from trying to uncover the truth. In 1980, an author wrote a book titled The Mary Celeste, The Mystery of the Phantom Ship. In it, he explored several theories about what may have happened to the missing crew, but ultimately concluded that there was no real evidence to support any of them. In 2003, a documentary crew set out to solve the mystery once and for all. They went to the Azores Islands and recreated the voyage of the Mary Celeste in an attempt to better understand the conditions that the ship and her crew would have faced. They also interviewed experts who had studied the case, but unfortunately, they came to the same conclusion as everyone else, that there were simply too many unanswered questions. Some believe that the crew was taken by pirates, but this theory doesn't hold up since the ship wasn't damaged and the cargo remained untouched. Others think the crew was lost to a storm, but this seems unlikely since the ship was found with its sails set as if the crew had expected bad weather. What's more, if a storm had struck, it would have been noted in the ship's log, but there was no mention of one whatsoever. One particularly gruesome theory suggests that the crew fell victim to a disease known as acute colitis. This is a rare but deadly illness that causes bleeding in the colon and can lead to dehydration and death within a few days. However, there is no evidence that any of the crew were suffering from this illness, and it seems unlikely that they would have all died at the same time. Whatever happened to the crew of the Mary Celeste, it's clear that they did not go down without a fight. If you look closely at the photos of the ship, you'll notice some strange markings on the deck. Some people believe these are the scars left behind by the crew as they desperately tried to free themselves from whatever it was that had captured them. Imagine the terror of knowing that you and your crewmates were trapped on a sinking ship with no way out. You struggle against the ropes that bind you, trying to free yourself and escape before it's too late. But your efforts are futile and the cold, dark waters of the ocean close in around you, stealing away your breath and pulling you under. As you sink deeper and deeper, you see the faces of your loved ones, hear their voices calling out to you, begging you not to go. But it's too late. The water temperature is far below freezing and your body goes numb. You try to call out for help, but no sound comes out. Your heart pounds in your chest, but it's too weak to save you now. You're trapped in a nightmare from which you'll never wake up. Even more disturbing is the thought that whatever it was that had captured the crew might still be out there waiting for its next victims. Is it some sort of supernatural force that only appears to those who are brave enough to sail the seas? Or is there a more sinister explanation lurking in the shadows? Perhaps there was a mutiny on board and the crew seized the ship, leaving the captain and passengers behind to die. Maybe they encountered hostile natives who captured and sacrificed them, or maybe the ship ran aground and the crew fled, leaving the passengers behind. Whatever the truth may be, the disappearance of the crew of the Mary Celeste remains a chilling mystery that has captivated the imaginations of those who have heard the tale. As you listen to these terrifying theories, you can't help but shiver at the thought of what might have really happened to them. Could you survive an attack by hostile natives or a mutiny on a ghost ship? Or would you succumb to the icy depths of the ocean, or be left stranded on a deserted island with nothing but the clothes on your back and the memories of those you lost? I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, make sure to subscribe so you don't miss out on any of our future videos. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next one. Hi everyone, welcome back to our channel. Today, we are going to talk about Dwarka, the lost city of Lord Krishna that is now underwater. There are so many references in ancient texts like the Mahabharata and the Vishnu Purana about the great city of Dwaraka, yet we have found very little evidence of its existence on the surface of the earth. This has led some people to believe that Dwaraka never really existed. However, recent discoveries have shown us that it was once a great metropolis just like any other city of that time. The story goes that after the Mahabharata war, Krishna ruled over this vast empire for 37 years. He then left his mortal body and attained his heavenly abode. However, he promised to return to Earth one day. So, where could he be? Where did he go? What happened to his magnificent city? And why is it now underwater? Join us today as we take you through the entire history of this amazing civilization, from its humble beginnings until now. Before we begin, please subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to get notified whenever we post new videos like this. Also, be sure to leave your feedback in the comments section below. Your feedback is very important to us and helps us make better videos for you. Now, let's get started. We all know how important water is to our survival. We couldn't live without it, which is why every ancient civilization flourished near rivers, lakes, or oceans. The same was true for Dwarka, which was built on the western coast of India near the Arabian Sea. According to ancient texts, Lord Krishna built this great city for his own people after leaving Mathura. It became an important trade center because seafarers from different parts of the world came here to do business with them. In fact, the first mention of Dwaraka can be found in the Rig Veda, where it is called the Land of the Sun. The reason for this name was that it was located at almost the same latitude as the sun, which made it seem as though the sun was shining directly overhead when viewed from this vantage point. As time passed by, Dwaraka grew into a huge metropolis with tall buildings and magnificent palaces. Its population was so dense that people had to travel from one place to another on boats. That's how big it was. But everything changed when the Kalki Avatar came to Earth. You see, according to Hindu mythology, there are 4 yugas, or ages in one complete cycle of human history. They are known as the Satya Yuga, Treta Yuga, Dwapara Yuga, and Kali Yuga. We are currently living in the Kali Yuga, but before this was the Dwapara Yuga, which saw the birth of Lord Krishna. He is considered to be the 7th avatar of Lord Vishnu, and his main task was to defeat the evil forces that were destroying Dharma, or righteousness. His greatest battle took place against the Kauravas during the Kurukshetra War, also known as the Mahabharata War. After winning the war, he returned to Dwaraka and ruled over his people for 36 years. During this time, he performed many wonderful deeds, such as killing demons, bringing prosperity to his subjects, teaching them about Dharma, and most importantly, sharing his divine wisdom with mankind. He delivered the Bhagavad Gita to his follower, Arjuna, on the battlefield of Kurukshetra. He also showed humans the path of devotion and selfless action. In fact, Krishna is considered to be the first person to teach this philosophy. He wanted his followers to always remember three things, namely, to surrender unto him, to follow the principles of Dharma, and to always maintain purity of heart. These teachings are still followed by millions of people around the world today. But sadly, all good things must come to an end, and so it was for Lord Krishna. One day, while he was resting peacefully in his palace, he was pierced by a stray arrow that had been released by a hunter named Jara. Now, it wasn't an ordinary arrow. It was actually a divine weapon meant to kill Krishna. The hunter didn't realize this, though. He simply thought he had wounded a deer, and so he went away. When Krishna realized what had happened, he knew that his time on earth was up. He stood up and walked towards the seashore. There he began to ascend into the sky, leaving behind his mortal body. As he rose higher and higher, he spoke to his followers who had gathered around him. He told them not to grieve over his departure, since he would return to earth again someday. Then he disappeared into the heavens. Before he left, though, he gave them one last message. He told them to build a temple in his honor at the exact spot where his body had fallen. This is said to be the origin of the ancient Krishna temple complex known as the Jagannath Temple in Puri, India. According to Hindu mythology, Lord Krishna's body fell into the ocean and his Sudarshana chakra landed on the hill called Girivalaka. The chakra then created a large depression in the hill, which became known as the Sudarshana Lake. Finally, his conch shell, known as the Panchajanya, reached the banks of the river Ruparelka and stayed there. All these events are said to have taken place after the 37th year of his rule. So, what happened to his great city of Dwaraka? The answer to this question has been a mystery for many years, but recent archaeological findings have shed some light on it. To understand what happened next, we need to go back in time a bit and learn about the ancient geography of the region. At that time, there were two major sea routes connecting India with other parts of the world. The first one was the sea route that passed through the Arabian Sea, and the second one was the sea route that passed through the Bay of Bengal. The Arabian Sea route was mainly used for trade purposes, while the Bay of Bengal route was mostly used by fishermen and sailors. Now, when Lord Krishna built his city, he chose the location very carefully. It was situated on the banks of the Gomati River, which flowed into the Arabian Sea. This gave his people easy access to international trade routes, and they soon became very wealthy. But this prosperity didn't last forever. Around 800 CE, the mighty Chola dynasty invaded Dwaraka and destroyed it completely. They looted all their wealth and killed many innocent people. This event is mentioned in several ancient texts, including the Tamil epic Silapatikaram and the Sanskrit text Devi Mahatmya. According to these texts, the Cholas invaded Dwaraka because they wanted revenge for their king's death. He had died while fighting against the Pandyas, and they blamed Krishna for this. So they attacked his city and wiped it out. But what happened next is truly amazing. The Cholas didn't find any treasure in Dwaraka because Krishna's followers had already fled. Instead, they found lots of gold and precious gems in the streets, which they took back to their kingdom. But when they tried to use this wealth, they realized that it was cursed by Krishna. Everything turned into dust, and they suffered terrible misfortune. The Cholas then understood that Krishna was no ordinary man. He was a god, and they had made a grave mistake. To atone for their sins, they started to build a temple in his honor. But this too didn't bring them any luck. Every time they tried to finish the temple, it would collapse and many people would die. Eventually, the Cholas gave up and abandoned their project. However, some centuries later, the Yadavas came to power in Dwaraka. They were descendants of Lord Krishna, and they rebuilt the city. But once again, it was destroyed by an invading force. This time it was the armies of the Galactic Empire of Kalinga, which was ruled by King Caravela. He attacked Dwaraka in 250 BCE and looted its wealth. Once again, the Yadavas fled for their lives and the city was abandoned. Over the next few centuries, the sea level rose and Dwaraka got submerged. Some historians believe that this is what caused the city to be forgotten, since nobody could reach it anymore. Others believe that it was deliberately hidden by Lord Krishna himself, so that it wouldn't fall into the wrong hands again. Whatever the reason, it remained lost for many years. Recently, however, an Indian businessman and spiritual leader named Sudhakar conducted an expedition to find the lost city. He assembled a team of archaeologists and historians who explored various locations off the western coast of India. Their efforts finally paid off when they discovered some ruins that matched the description given in ancient texts. According to reports, these ruins are located near the modern town of Dwaraka, Gujarat. They have been carbon dated to around 3,100 years old, which means they were probably built during Lord Krishna's lifetime. Further excavations revealed many interesting things, such as coins bearing his image and artifacts that showed how prosperous the city was at that time. This discovery has given new life to the legend of Dwaraka. Many people now believe that it really did exist and was not just a figment of imagination. So, what will happen to this ancient city now? According to reports, the government plans to develop it into a tourist destination. They are also considering making it a UNESCO World Heritage Site so that more people will come to visit it. Friends, thank you for watching this video about the lost city of Dwaraka. If you enjoyed the video, please like it and share it with your friends and family. You can also subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to get notified whenever we post new videos. Do you know anything about this topic that we didn't mention in the video? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Until then, goodbye.